and 1. And welcome back to the Challenger Series Open Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our third qualifier of 4, and this is the point of no return for some of these teams. Some of these teams, they'll be setting themselves in, locking themselves in for the Swiss stage. For others of them, it's all going to come down to tomorrow. My name's Travi. Joining me here is going to be Mr. Golu Molu. Golu, are you ready for a day of action of Siege?
Yep, I'm ready. I'm here for it. I'm looking forward to another set of quals. We had some good ones last weekend.
We did indeed.
So it should be fun to see what teams are cooking up. And again, like you say, right, it's the last two days to try and score some points. So ideally make deep runs, get themselves on the leaderboard and try and push through for that qual.
We can hope they will be pushing through it on towards that qual. Speaking of points, speaking of leaderboards, let's take a look at where the standings lie following the last 2 weeks. So Europe at the top, and you may notice they have a nice little glow around their name. That means they are safe. They are locked in. No matter what happens, they could fumble all of their games this weekend. They would still be going onwards towards the Swiss stage. As for everyone else, no one is safe. I like that.
Yeah, it does make it interesting, right? I mean, it's safe in terms of guaranteed. I think it's going to be very difficult, realistically, for the top 4 to get shuffled around. Because you basically need everyone underneath you, plus a couple more, to score like 100 points in the week, which obviously is not possible for everyone to do. So I feel like low is probably safe. Like, if Giglietti, if they don't make it, I'd be very shocked. I think any points will probably put them safe, and I reckon 100 is the safety mark. But we're still looking at teams like the Turks, where 65, it's a little shaky. You do want to try and get as many as you can. But again, you bank 65 of the first 2 days, bank another 65. I'd be feeling pretty good about that.
You're probably safe at that point.
I wonder what the lowest points making it in will be. I think that'll be quite interesting.
That will be about fun.
I reckon it'll be about 60.
60,
if less. I reckon I'll be less than 60.
I reckon, about 60, 70 is kind of the normal benchmark off memory for previous quals following this style. I mean, you've got quite a top-heavy, what I feel is quite a top-heavy set of brackets at the moment. You look at the point difference between the teams doing really well. It's that, like you say, Golu, it's that top 4 set of teams. They're consistently at the top 4. Both qualifiers having really good performances themselves, except for Myth, which are a bit of an outlier in that top 4. Reason we say, qualifier number 1, they only got 10 points, but the second qual, they went and won the whole thing, knocking out fan favourite Europe. It was quite a run they had last Sunday.
Yeah, it was a really good job from them to put up the scores, and like, again, that's what you need, right? I think one of the quirks of quals, right, is that you just need one good day, realistically, and you can let that one good day sort of carry your points through for the rest of the weekend, the rest of the set, and that's exactly what Myth have done here, right? Like, one good result, get those 100, move on to the next one, and I think that's just a great job from them to do that. Like, congrats on a solid run, and I mean, they're still here, right? They'll be continuing to play just in case. I think tomorrow will be the first day where you could see teams not bother, but even then, it's always good to get those reps under your belt.
You've still got 2 chances. You've still got 2 chances, and if you've not signed up to this qualifier today, you've still got one more go of it tomorrow as well. And even a top 2, top 1 finish, that's very likely to secure you it. So you can just have the one, like you say, that one really good day Myth have had, and they're probably quite likely to be safe now when things come on roll through. We'll just wait to see how the bracket for that one plays out. As in terms of teams that maybe haven't been doing so well, but we would like to be keeping a bit more of an eye on, it's going to be Team Secret Academy and Scam. Now, Golu, we had this game last week as it's going to be a bit of a rematch for today, and I'm quite looking forward to that. A bit of blood inside of the server.
Yeah, it was a bank. It was a bit of a banger. It was, 6-1 down, 6-2 down, and Secret Academy able to pull it all the way back from that 6-2 deficit to make it a tie. I feel a little bit bad for Scam, because that's twice now that they've just been dropped into the deep end at the start of a run. Yeah, it's very hard to bank up points if you're consistently meeting like some of the event favorites in round 1.
It's kind of a shame, isn't it? You get to this point, you go, oh, right, new weekend, new quals, let's reset ourselves, and then bam, all of a sudden, you've got to play Team Secret Academy, who have actually had a bit of a roster change, because the performance last weekend, like we kind of hinted towards, maybe wasn't up to the standards that I think we would grow to expect from this organisation. So they've actually put Lems to the side for the time being, and it's Deadshot joining this roster.
Yeah, I think it's a good upgrade. I think Lems brings a lot of those like intangibles to a team, like your veteran experience, but sometimes you just need to be a little bit more fraggy, right? And I do think there's something to be said for how many times we saw a Lems in a clutch situation. Yep. But Deadshot's just a massive caliber player, right? I mean, he's been in T1 for an age now, it feels like. Lurking around on different rosters. I was in that like big French iteration of Wolves beforehand, so I do think this is an upgrade in terms of the firepower of the squad, and for something like a qual, sometimes firepower really is just enough, right? You can brute force a lot of these games if you have a good game plan coming in, a good idea of what you need to do, and then you just lean on that gun skill and just frag out. Absolutely tremendous way to do it.
It's best of one. It's 7 rounds. Realistically, you can shoot your way through 7 rounds, I'm pretty sure, especially when you've got talented gunners like that. Scamdo, they did get the advantage last week, and it was one of the only games they would have had to do a VOD review on, so I've kind of got my fingers out hoping for them. A little bit of an upset story here today. It would be quite fun to see them take this one, but we'll have to wait and see. As in terms of where we're going to be headed for this matchup, well, let's take a look at the veto and see where things are going to be lying ourselves. We're going to be going away from Bank, banned quite early on actually by Scam Academy, and we're heading towards a chalet.
Yeah, I don't hate this from them, right? Take out the map you lost last time on, don't run it back. I think there'll be a lot of confidence coming in from Secret if you lean into that. And Chalet's a very fun map to see, right? I like Chalet a lot, very aggressive, lots of early plays around these windows, and I think you're looking at someone like Scam Academy, we saw them able to kind of go toe-for-toe in these gunfights against Secret Academy, and this is a map that's going to let them lean into that a little heavier, where they can extend out on these roams, they can try and take up a lot of this map defensively, and just, again, what did you say the success point for Bank was last time around? If we think back to Scam, it was meeting Secret Academy at the door, right? It was having these lurks aggressively inside of open area, where they're meeting you at printer window. It's being ready inside a lobby for anyone that tries to push on in. So I think Chalet is a map that lets you do that sort of inherently, rather than having to go out of your way, and then once that's done, you then just have a very strong fundamental setup.
And as well, this map, it's going to be a really fun one. I think it's going to be that nice little bit of aggression. It's going to give a player like Deadshot, I think, a little bit more flexibility to kind of grow himself out, find his place within his roster, and hopefully just go on an absolute tear throughout this entire map. Because I want to see some clips, I want to see some highlights, I want to see some chaos and carnage. I was on APAC stream this morning watching some of the Asian games, and they were really fun. Some real chaos happening through there, some real shenanigans. And well, I know we will not get the same in EU, because it's EU. We don't do that here. We don't do fun. We do serious. We do locked in. I'm hoping we're going to have some good stuff going on between these teams, because it would be nice to hopefully see something going through this morning. And something to see as well is, of course, I'm going to plug it again. I'm going to shamelessly throw it in there. It's going to be the Challenger stories. We've been uploading these videos throughout the course of the last week. They're every other day or so, roughly. They're about putting uploads in. We've had half of the episodes come on out. We're going to speak into Ranker this evening. Last Fire tomorrow. We've got some cool more people in the backlines ready to go for the next week of Quals. It's really fun to get the insight of these people. It's really fun to be able to have a chat with them when we were at Paris, sort of sit down and work out their story behind the game and kind of how they got into where they are today, because there's so many different people here that are doing all different things of Siege, from competing on the front lines to casting the games to working on the back of staff and a more organisational side. There's so much that goes into this game, and it's nice to just get everyone's perspective.
I mean, it's a widespread cast, right? And it was it's pretty fun watching you run around at SI trying to find everyone.
My dodgy little like.
Yeah.
It's alright. Where do you see the video? One of the videos.
The cam from Temu.
The cam from Temu. There's a particular video. I think it's the last one we're releasing on the schedule, and it's as scuffed as it fits with the person we were doing the interview with. Put it that way. It kind of fits with the person we were doing the interview with. I end up having to hold the camera up by hand the whole time, because my camera just gives. It's It was quite a lot of fun to film. First time delving into this kind of content, and I'm glad folks at home are enjoying it. And if you haven't, do go check out the socials. It's all on there. And we'll also be playing some clips as well here and around today, so you can get a taste for what's on to offer with that one. It's a fun little bit of content, and probably, hopefully, more of that kind of stuff in the future, because you know what? It's fun. It was really fun to film as well, and everyone seems to be loving it, so why wouldn't you? But diving back to the qual at hands, this game we've kind of got going, this blood match, this grudge, this sort of rematch between these two sides, I'm quite looking forward to it, because like you say, we're getting to that point of no return now, Golu, where the cut-off for that Swiss stage is rapidly approaching. It's really quickly going on through. We've not got long before that's it. It's game over if you don't do well here.
Yeah, it's what, 12 or even 11 teams making it out of the qualifiers?
12.
Is it 4 invited spots now?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's definitely competitive, and you can see that gap after the top 4, right? Where there was those 4 teams who have had 2 good results so far, or won an event so far. And then there was a bit of a gap and a drop off into that middle pack. And that's the group that will really be needing to push themselves as deep as they can, right? Like, we're at a spot now where you don't need to win, but you want to be making top 16, quarterfinals, semi-finals, like, if you can.
It's finding the consistency.
Yeah, and I think the Swiss bracket is always a good laugh. I like a Swiss bracket.
We do have the schedule out for the Swiss bracket. Don't have a graphic to explain it to all of you folks at home, but it's starting next Thursday for EML. It will be 1900 GMT on Thursday, on Friday, and then it'll be starting 1 PM GMT on the 2 weekend days with a double set of games on the Saturdays. 2 BO3s on Saturday. Every other day is just single best of 3s, but that's the one thing I'm also looking forward to. Best of 3s are such a different test of a team's skill compared to these BO1s where, Golly, you kind of said, like, there's a lot more volatility inside of these matches. You go to these BO3s, you've got these long matches. It's a lot of a better test and a showing of what these teams have, if you ask me.
Yeah, best of 3s is definitely a different ball game. Like, I think it's really interesting seeing that adaptation over time and like how teams really start to lean off of each other a lot more. I think that's one thing that makes it really interesting. Also, you get a nicer variety of maps getting played, right?
We do.
And it's where teams being able to lean into certain maps really benefits their style. If you can bring out like a fortress, or if you have like a layer prepped and it slips through a veto, you get a lot of value. I think that's the sort of thing that I really like seeing coming out of best of 3s. Even more so in best of 5s, but obviously they're basically safe for grand finals and Siege. So.
Yeah, we don't. There's not a best, but best of 5 isn't the end for this, is it? Because I'm just going to check the Challenger series, the actual whatchamacallit. The actual final bracket.
So.
I think it ends. Yeah, it's best of 3. Finals are best of 3 because both final teams will qualify too.
Yeah, I mean,
So.
it's just the finals are safe, like for like major finals and large event finals, right?
Big ones. Yeah.
So I think that's kind of what they get saved for. Whereas like, I don't know, I'm a League of Legends enjoyer. I love a best of 5 in League of Legends, bro. Love a best of 5 in League of Legends.
I love a BO5 in Siege. But I get
why
they're rare because they're special. Yeah, leagues all the time. And Valorant's the same, isn't it?
So
Memory.
good.
Valorant has a lot of BO5s as well, when I remember watching that.
Maybe. I don't watch Valorant because, quite frankly, it's garbage.
Okay. No beating around the bush there. Valorant is garbage.
Yeah. Valorant's garbage, man. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to play Valorant, and I told a mate I was like, yeah, I'm playing Valorant today because I'm not feeling the Siege. I'm not feeling the Siege. I'm going to play a different shooter. I played one game, was like, yeah, this is so bad, man. Such a miserable experience. I'm like running around. It's just like, oh no, it's color simulator. Like, I feel like I'm playing paint, not a shooter. Which is like, oh, here's a green circle and a fucking gray circle. And it was like fine. I'm probably over exaggerating for hyperbole a little bit, but it's like, just play Counter-Strike if you're gonna play one of them. And if you're gonna play Counter-Strike, just play Siege.
Yeah.
I just still, my mic doesn't work in Siege at the moment, so I'm just like, do I want to play solo queue when I can't talk to people? Not really. So then I'm like, maybe I'll play a different shooter, and then I should depress and play World of Warcraft instead.
Valid.
So.
That's a valid way. I played my first ranked games in 2 years the other day. 2 years?
Mental.
Almost 2 years. Last time we were checking my R6 tracker. Last time I played ranked was Deadly Omen when Deimos came out at the start of year 9.
Nuts.
That I just do not like playing ranked. I was forced into it by a few friends at like 7 o'clock yesterday morning. We lost most of our games. We got slammed pretty hard. I did all right for myself. I think I got like a flat KD across the board, so I was like, okay. Nice. We didn't win much. And then we ended up playing customs because customs are the way to play Siege. That is 10 mans, or we were doing 8 mans, but 10 mans is the prime way to play Siege, if you ask me.
Yeah, I just use shields. It's really easy. You just run at people as like a blitz, and then you get like 3 kills, and then they ban blitz, and then you do the same thing on Monty, and they ban Monty, and then you play Blackbeard. And it's just like, you just go through the rotation. Yeah, we were playing last night and just like double, triple shielding.
They can't ban them all.
Well, this is it, right? Like,
yeah.
I think they banned like Ace first, because everyone's like on this like let's ban Ace every single game for no reason. Even though like, can we take a moment to appreciate how broken Thermite is at the moment?
Exactly. We just had this on labs. We just had this. Sorry to cut in. We just had this sort of top floor labs. He got the IT wall. He got the external wall from connector, and then the internal wall as well. All of that from one operator with 0 issues, and he's got smokes to cover. Yeah, I don't get it.
He's got smokes or stuns, secondary shotgun. The 5.56 is a good gun. Like the 5.56, I think it's not quite as good as the AK-12, obviously, but I think it suffers from the fact that like it's him and Osa who have it, and no one's like, you don't pick these operators to frag, but you look at things like, especially Nighthaven Labs, right? As Thermite, your job is like open these external walls, open IT breach, open connector breach. And then you're just a gun, because suddenly your job is completed.
Yeah.
You just need to apply pressure, and you'll often see those Thermites sat outside IT breach still, and they're the one putting a little bit of peer pressure into rafters, just peppering away shots. You got stun grenades, so you can be very self-sufficient. And you just see how efficient this gun is. Like, very manageable recoil, good damage, good rate of fire. Like, it is just a very versatile standard weapon, and you're just like, yeah, there's kind of a reason why like the OG memes or like fragmites exist, right? Like, you don't really see this anymore because Thermite just got like completely outscaled in terms of like modern Siege, right? Like, he just got like power crept out of the game by Ace, and then they changed Habana, and they're like, cool, let's give him a 3rd exothermic charge, and this guy is just like a monster.
He's so good. He's so good. I don't get why people are so sleeping on Thermite. It's like, I don't know.
Ranked players don't want to play Thermite because he's like the hard support, so they don't want to do that. So they'll play Ace instead and just do a worse job of what they need to do.
Yeah, and can't get walls open and then just complain at everyone else. It's everyone else's fault. It's always the way in ranked. We even had that yesterday.
Yeah.
Granted,
That's how it goes.
Granted, how it went. It's just everyone else's fault. Although it was fun to play some other maps. Like, it was fun to play some like non-comp maps. Coastline. I forgot that was even in the game. I can't lie.
I hate Coastline.
Same. I'm like, oh, yeah, Coastline was fun. I remember why I don't really like playing this map too much now.
People just sit on ruins and it's just boring.
Yeah, there's like we're playing silver lobbies. It's like there's a Carly just sitting back at the back of the map like this. Like,
there's
all
definitely a Carly,
just...
and then there's probably a Glaz as well, because like one guy does it and like dies, and so his teammates like, oh no, you're so bad. I'll teach you how it's really done, and also just dies.
It's mess. We do have an ETA on the game. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes left till the game. We just had some brief tech issues getting one of the players inside of the lobby. We are working on it. We're not just rambling incessantly while there is a game on our hands. Don't worry. We will get there. I mean, we've got the new season coming out on Tuesday. This is the other thing as well, right? Isn't it, Golly? We've got this new season coming, and my favourite thing. Yeah, Swiss stage. It's going to be on the new season.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see.
Got Snake.
Snake will be Insta valid as well, right?
Yeah.
That's the idea. So that'll be fun.
I think it's going to be good. And then you've got like balancing changes as well. One thing I cannot wait to bring out is Flores LMG. That is going to be so much fun. I cannot wait.
Getting the Ying LMG, right?
The big one. That is going to be... that's going to be a really good change. There's lots of other little bits, I think, this season, ready for like the next season, which is going to be the big one, ranked 2.0 or 3.0 coming.
Yep.
That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I hope it is a return to 1.0. Like, I know it kind of is, but it's something you still need to see it in practice before I'm fully convinced on it. But I'm hopeful, very hopeful.
We're hopeful. Fingers crossed.
I think the solo queue playlist that opens halfway through is going to be really interesting as well,
Yeah.
especially if they sort of keep on that of like manually monitoring it, so cheaters get banned out of it really quickly. That'll be a real incentive to play ranked, to get your champ, get into the solo queue playlist. If there is still as many champ spots as there have been, and you can get champ without actually being champ elo, and you can be like a bronze player and just play games and complete the battle pass, and now you're champ. That queue is going to be the most toxic thing on the planet.
Oh, that's
I'm
going
letting you
to
know
be
now.
a really awful queue.
Can you imagine you queue into a lobby and you have like bronze players who played enough games to get champ paired in with like pro players? Oh my god, there is going to be zero remorse. There will be zero mercy shown. But otherwise, I think it's pretty good. Do we want to do a quick time check?
Do a quick time check, yeah. We're just about getting ready for this one. I think the players are readied up inside of the lobbies, so we can sync the feed on in the game timer. Nothing like the pressure of a siege game knocking at the door, I suppose, because the players are just about ready for themselves. Scam Academy, our Hungarian side, going up against Team Secret Academy, our revitalized French roster. Now with Deadshot, does he be the one to make the difference, get Team Secret Academy some points back on the board? Because I do believe they lose most of their points for swapping the player. So they're going to be starting from scratch this weekend. It's going to be a battle up from the bottom for Team Secret Academy versus Scam. Who's going to win it? Do we see the comeback? Do we see the revenge arc? Or the Secret Academy cement themselves ahead? Who knows? I don't.
Do you lose all your points if you make a change?
I believe you do. I saw something about it earlier. I'm just trying to scroll up to find it.
Is it if they've played other quals?
So, the following teams lost their points due to a change in the roster. Team Secret Academy lost 15 of 15. So I think because they changed their roster, they lose the points.
Yeah. Because I know, like, obviously, Europe MENA have had a couple rotating players, but I don't think they've been hit by points because I think they're technically subs.
They're technically subs, whereas this is like a full change. So,
yeah.
Who knows? We're not admins. I don't really know the deal with what's going on inside of there. All I know is that we've got some good siege, hopefully, sitting ahead of us.
And I think it's also to do with if you've played other games or are going to play other quals.
This is true,
I think then it becomes an issue as well. Whereas if you just do one and then don't do any other quals and you just like step in for a game, I think there's like different rulings for that. I don't know exactly how it works. I ain't no expert.
Rules are complicated. There's a really lot. The rulebook is long. I don't know if you've ever like looked at it fully. The rulebook is like, I don't even want to go there. It's horrible. It's scary.
I opened up the old Face It one at one point because I was reading through it out of interest, and the Blast one as well because I wanted to see how different some of the ruling on like the licensing stuff was, but
yeah,
it was very similar.
It's difficult. It's difficult stuff. I don't envy our admins. They have a very hard job, especially when there's like 100-something teams. I can't remember the number exactly for how many we've had this qualifier, but there is a lot of teams playing this weekend here inside of EMEA. We've had 103 teams go onwards, and as we will go through onwards towards our first game of the day, first round of the afternoon as well. Bar Gaming, we're going to be going towards a very trap-heavy lineup now from Secret Academy. Just looking to slow down some aggression from Scam. Like you said before, Golu, it's what they were good at.
I'm just going to do a quick request. I appreciate this is a peek behind the curtain if people didn't know how time syncing works, but just a time sync on the clean feed.
Of course you may. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
Yeah.
Cool. We can proceed.
Perfect.
Wonderfully. Okay. Let's head into some siege as get going on to things. So yeah, so like as I said, like it's very trap heavy from Secret Acad, and they're gonna look to try and stall out that aggression. I mean, Deadshot, he wants to get aggressive himself.
Cam down. just approaching up to the building, going to be starting off by this library side, and this makes a lot of sense, right? You can already see a couple silhouettes lined up. I'm sure there'll be Thorn as well.
Traps galore. So much just kind of hiding there, waiting for stuff. And it's like you say, you're going to have Deadshot sort of playing that difficult position inside of Library. How long can he hold on there? Can he? Will he fall? Will he be able to survive? He's got those magnets, which are going to be really useful utility for stalling out Scam. It's just a case of time.
Yeah, and you look at the utility lineup, right? There's not a whole lot that's really going to be great at rooting them out. I think the big thing to look at is maybe Forest drones, but again, that's not super reliable for actually moving a player. First one these tanking through to jump out, but outside the window gets a lot of damage onto the Flores, but not enough worth as he goes down instead. But Nook already in sight.
Marto's outside the building, go back in. Asa will deny that pushing from the objective there. I think Scam just getting a bit of a hint in the air that, hey, Secret are playing really extended, really far on out, so we're going to just take the fight directly to the objective itself. Dodo caught in the middle of it will be able to shut down Deadshot there, bringing the advantage the way of Scam Academy. And while they're a bit disorganised at the moment, they do have a man advantage, but it's not held for long as Asa swings back out, finds the equaliser, but then Linku just hands it right back over.
Slowing down now, 3 versus 2, favor of the attack, and both defenders having taken damage this round. Asa looking definitely worse for wear. Madu up above with his DMR can pop open the sight hatch as well. Down into A, opened up already. Careful of the smoke who's lurking in the back of stock. Where's this last? Marto on the flank. Turco might have read into it. No, he's just getting rid of that Banshee behind. The Thorn has an opportunity for chaos.
That he does. A real big opportunity there to get something huge going. Marto will be able to find Turco, shut him on down. 2v2 situation now, pushing in towards the objective. It's going to be Wings, cuts down Asa. Site secured now for the side of Scam Academy. They can look to try and get this defuse on down. That's exactly what they're going to do. Marto playing from above. No utility to really deny the plant, but he does have an angle. Shuts down McDo. It becomes a 1v1 now. Wings unsure of where to plant. There's not really too many safe havens inside of this site to try and stick it on down, and spots the feet out from above. Now Marto can just play with his prey at this point in time. He knows he's got the advantage in this situation. He knows he doesn't need to overextend himself, and this final player of Scam, he can try and do what he wants, but it's going to be very difficult to get his way out of this one.
Yeah, just playing that clock, knows the plant has to go down, a smoke thrown for a little bit of cover, but he can spray into it, finds Wings, and I think it was a really nice attempt from Secret Academy there, right? Like, you just have them decide that they're going to just commit in. This, like, setup that they have around on the roam, Marto coming back, lurking in late. It's all built on like this off-site pressure that's very difficult for Scam Academy to deal with. I like their push in, right? They're in that 3 versus 2. They lose one behind to a flanker. They know that whichever direction they go, it's a 1v1. If they push site and they win, they now have that control, and it's exactly what they do. But they don't quite understand the verticality that's been set up above them, and they let Murto catch them out on that flank. Sees through the beams, takes down the Lion. The Twitch now, so difficult to get that plant down when you're in a 1 versus 1. Maybe there's enough time. Maybe you can go ahead and like, try and recontest above. You go for a gunfight. But all the Thorn has to do from that situation is just run away. Right? You flee, you wait for them to drop back down to site, and then you run back in, and you're in exactly the same position as before. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for Wings to try and play out. So credit to him for just trying to find some value in that round, but it's built off of that understanding from the Secret Academy roamers, and I think they've done a great job playing around the rest of the map and getting all the value they need to secure that win at the end.
That roam is going to be the nightmare that's going to continue for Scam Academy heading in towards this round here. As they go down towards the basement, you can see it already on the screen. You've got 3 defenders playing this top floor. Secret Academy, they're going to want to play this whole map out here. You've got that Vigil who's going to be a nightmare to hunt on down here. Scam, they're going to need to try and go fast, but looking at what they're bringing, Golu, I think they might just try and hype and execute.
Yeah, especially looking at this main external breach, right? You're looking at things like the Ying, like the Glaz. The Candelas can go in deep, and obviously if you have that smoke coverage behind you, that's not going to disrupt you too much. That thermal scope for the Glaz then gives you full control looking down into this site. The reflex on the OSR, I like to see that, but a run out from Marto, catches McDo off early. That's your ram gone. That's your presence inside a fireplace that you want to rip open that floor. And I'm looking at the rest of the lineup. There's not a whole lot left that can open up verticality. Do you want to commit exothermic charges? They're a long delay. They make a lot of noise. They can be shot from underneath. It's not reliable.
A massive issue faced up now by the side of Scam is going to be that bulletproof camera there, because it can see directly through the smoke. So if you go for a smoke plant, they're going to be able to yellow ping exactly where the problem is, and then the remaining players are going to swing on out from Secret Academy. And if that glass cover isn't perfect, isn't immaculate, Going to be very difficult to try and force this one down. I think it's just out of range of the Thatcher launcher. I believe it's 12 meters. So you're going to need to get a little bit closer there to try and deny that one. Here comes the smokes. Here comes a bit of a plant attempt here from side of Scam. Are they going to be able to hold on to it? Caught inside of the fire. No, shut down by Asa. And this plant attempt's just not worked out for them at all. It's poor old Wings in a 1 versus 5. Stuck outside on a Glaz. They know exactly where he's going to be. Hiding behind these snowmobiles. They're not going to peek him. Not going to give him anything. This final minute and a half here. Can use it as a timeout, but more than likely than not, he's just going to be shot. He's just going to be denied. Might get a commiseration prize, but ultimately, you've been shut out. Secret Academy, I think, anticipated what was coming to them inside of that round, and were just quite comfortably, quite easily able to deny it.
I'm waiting for the library run out. I would have thought someone would go for it, right? We've not exactly seen... Ooh, that's my shot. Not exactly seen Secret be a team that likes to take it slow. They like to peek out and try and end rounds quick if they know that they're up in a big lead, but... with 2 just going down, maybe you want to be a little bit more cautious, running around the back of the blue door just to try and tease some excitement from Wings.
Yeah, no, not going to happen. Just from inside of blue there, hold their angles, play it nice and slow and comfortably. Like I said, really good round from Secret. I think they had a perfect read onto what a Scam were trying and just really good in shutting it down and denying them any impact through. A nice flawless start to the game for them compared to what we saw last time from these two.
No, it's a much better start, right? And in terms of like how the things went off, you say that like obviously Team Secret Academy able to pick up those 2 wins. It was then Scam putting rounds back to back to back. So I do want to see what happens now. I'm looking at Scam that last round. I think you're taking a gambit, right?
Yeah.
You go into the round saying, what if we pull off a Glaz Ying play, we get a free round, then we have to go back to normal. When that fails, you can't keep leaning on like gimmick strats effectively, right? You've got to make sure you start playing some strong fundamental siege. Pistol coming through, clearing out that bookshelf. You can nestle in a bulletproof camera into that shelf if you want to, and it's impossible to destroy. You can punch it by running up to it, but there's no way to get that sideline into the sides to shoot it off completely. So there's always at least going to be some sort of sound cue coming through, but not leaning too much on that. The Denari coming through is really interesting to see. I think it makes a lot of sense on a map like Chalet, where you have all these high beams, and you have these sort of like awkward corners that you can stick your lasers in. I'm always intrigued to see how teams find use for it. I mean, I was playing the other night, and honestly, some of the stuff this operator does just seems ridiculously silly. I like this really long setup that we often see here on Chalet, because it's effectively like a Capcan trap or like a Saria gate that you just can't get rid of. You line it all the way across, it covers all the windows and all the doors, and there's no point of like no angle you can draw to actually destroy it off. It's really creative use of the gadget.
Especially when it's the site like this, where you've got, like you said, those really long angles, those really long walls, where you can cover multiple windows with 1 or 2 trip connectors. It's so easy to get a lot of value out of this operator, because you can see most angles and ways towards the objective, they have been sectioned off. It's going to be something that Scam will need to do so. Now, this attack is going to be spearheaded by the Blackbeard, this shield operator. He's going to come on in, trying to cause some ruckus here inside of this one. As for where this attack's going to be coming from, though, it's yet to be seen. You've got an entry going down from below. McDo will be trying to just cause some chaos, apply some vertical pressure. The rest of the team yet to commit to anything, though.
Still waiting. Scam Academy taking this round a lot slower than the last. Peeking down below as well. Know that there's this presence underneath, and they want to clear it out. Have a couple pings, but the Roma's just going to fall away.
And they've got a vertical pressure to worry about as well. Luckily, McDo able to flip right back onto the head of Marto, turn that one around. That's the Rooney taking off the board there. Really powerful DMR, especially for the long angles on his top floor site. She ain't going to be playing inside of this one anymore. And worst of all, they yet to clear Fedor. I think they think he's disappeared entirely. They do pop a Nomad, but still, he's alive. He's a problem.
Still waiting, though, and this is the patience you love to see from Aroma. Like, yeah, you lost one of your teammates upstairs who was trying to help you out. Just don't let that laser sight give you away, because especially when you're looking at McDo on that buck, he wants to go underneath. But the drones, they're being cautious. They're being patient. They're not rushing things through. And with this breach opening at the back onto Solar as well, that's the next step into site open available to them. They just need to not fall down below.
There's a really important part there, but they're tearing through the top floor at the moment. McDo's able to get a pick back on towards Deadshot now, but then here comes Fenno springing into action, able to find McDo, but the trade's right there from Wings. 4v1 situation now for Asa. He's the last man standing inside of the objective, and they've got 45 seconds caught in a crossfire. Not really much you can do from there. A good clear from Scam. I really, really like that one there. Just able to kind of recognize where the problems are coming from and deal with them effectively, because you to put that Nomad down, you shut off Fenno. He has no impact inside of that round. And then as soon as he does, you've got the time, you've got the space to shut him down when he does.
Yeah, you've already done so much damage to the site, right? And you lose him, but it's a little too late. Sometimes you do wonder, it's this balance game as a roamer. When do you need to activate to be most impactful? And the first teammate going down, I think it's okay. You can lay low, you can wait it out. You're expecting more verticality to come through the rest of that top floor. But at a certain point, you have to commit to making that move. And by the time he does, we've already seen the Solarium wall get open up inside a site. We've already seen them be pushed all the way back to office. There's so much control established for Scam Academy. And it's a great job by them as well underneath, right? This isn't just, oh, why didn't Fino move? This is built on, they knew exactly what they needed, and they didn't overstay their welcome. McDo didn't just start running through into Kitchen, because he knows that's realistically not the ground we're contesting. We have the big window cross. They can't walk up to contest us for this plant now that we're going into Solarium. My job here isn't to go crazy and start ripping open floors. It's to wait patiently on the spaces that we've taken to watch for that re-aggression, and that's exactly what happens. Lose the gunfight to Fino, but the rest of the team has things under control. Scam Academy able to put their first win on the board. Really good for them to see that in that first rotation. You don't want to go 0-3 down. They get this extra ban. Taking off a Ying, which I think is a good shout from Secret Academy. The Clash getting rid of. Not something we've seen necessarily, but definitely something that could be a problem in the future.
All rotation completed, back to bar and gaming we shall head. It was a really strong showing from Team Secret Academy previous time we saw this one, and I'm expecting nothing different from them again, and they're expecting things likely to play out the same here. Looking at the lineup they're bringing, it's going to be very trap heavy yet again. They're just going to fight over every inch of this map. Vertical pressure, holding that top floor library Mez position. Very important for them. That's going to be what their game plan's built around. And on the attack, it's just all about how quickly and how effectively can they dislodge it.
Open up these windows. This is standard at the start of a round, right? You have someone like Vita on this Nomad, come outside, put down your air jabs, open up these windows so you get those angles in towards the top floor. You know there's going to be roamers running around, but Dodo popping out this canister early on for a bit of smoke coverage. I think it was a defender who might have popped that out early on. He's positioned on the other side of that doorway, if I remember correctly.
Might have been.
Still waiting patiently, though. And again, we're looking at this round. So far, slow start for the attack. Yet again, but that was successful for them last time, Travi.
That's it. It worked for them previously. The last time they did this attack, it was quite slow. It was quite methodical, quite calculated. But you've just got to keep an eye on the time. You look at Marto. You saw the outline of the player to his right there. There is someone on his right. So while he's playing games with this Blackbeard on the rappel, he's got to be cautious he doesn't get stabbed in the back. And that's where Deadshot's going to be coming on in. There are layers to this defense right now from Team Secret. And it's just about how exactly can they dislodge him. Deadshot has the right idea on towards this office player. And I think this is what Secret Academy want to go for. They'll be able to find it. And now they can just dip back away scot-free.
Falls back onto Mez. And again, it's get your pick. Run away. Stall out the clock. Do it again. Fino walks up. Does get taken down. But again, a minute 22 on the clock. I think you're okay with this timing. Wing still carving through the top floor with Dodo on that Blackbeard. The shield taking point. Still skeptical of people running around, and you can see that what this does, right? You make a lot of noise, you get a kill, you fall away, you leave this phantom pressure, and even with no one being here, you're stalling out this clock. We're only at a minute left in the round. They still haven't yet started pushing in towards balcony. Starting to finally see some library rotations come through. Vita, be careful of the Flores coming through. Still this control for top blue as well, and now we're seeing flashbangs come through, but is it too late? You're going to go for a rotation into mud down below and try and catch them off from underneath, I guess?
Not only is there that, they're being caught off by the magnets. Asa still has 3 toxic babes in pocket, enough to waste down the entire duration of the end of this round. Charge on through towards mezzanine side, realise there's no one up there, have to play attention on towards library. One player drops, there's still one left standing in suicide corner. Are they aware of him? No, they're not. Linku will get his one. He drops right on away. Like you said, Golu, get you one, get out of there. Set yourselves up for success. 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Scam Academy, no choice now but to just charge on in, try and claim the kills. They will find a level pick here, make it 3 versus 3, but with 10 seconds left to go on the clock, Toxic Babe still active. It's going to be a very hard one to push on into here. Angles will be held. Linku will find the first. Vito, no choice but to try and hop in the window there, straight into the Razor Bloom. Finished off there by the Wamai. And a really good hold there from Secret Academy. And like you said, I think Scam were good with the time in management in previous rounds. Slower was fine, but there was just, I think, pushed it over the edge just a little bit too slow.
That final Razor Bloom kill, I think, is the perfect encapsulation of the round, right? Why is that Razor Bloom getting a kill? It's because you're stuck in a barbed wire with a Razor Bloom going off with no option to go backwards because of the situation that we're in the round. There's 5 seconds left. You can't back away. And why did we get there? Well, again, it's this time, right? Last time, in round number 3, they were very good at pushing slowly. They were getting pressure on the windows. They were opening up Scenarium. They were moving forwards constantly. It was just at a slow rate. There was a lot of standing around, waiting for aggression from the defense, not sure what Team Secret Academy were quite up to. And that time wasted meant that they're in this position where a minute left, you're still fighting over mezzanine control. You're still fighting to get down Ivy stairs and push down Blue. These are things that need to be achieved a little bit quicker. And this late round rotation, where we're all going to jump into Library, there's no work done set up, right? The Flores has spent all of its time looking at mezzanine and looking at up top Ivy. There's no way that you can clear all of this utility if you want to make a late round rotation. Late round rotations work best when you see a team set 1 or 2 members of a team to clear utility on the other side and then rejoin with the group. So when you go for that rotation, the path is cleared. Everything was still in the way.
Almost a spawn peak there, claimed on towards Vita's life. He will just about escape with it for the time being as this attack barrels down, as we say, head down to the basement now. It will be that top clear. We've seen it before. Secret Academy, they're going to want to fight over every inch of this map. And Scam, this time, they're not going for that rush edge sort of through the main breach take. They're going to play this bit more default.
Yeah, and they've got the shield to lead the charge, right? And I think Dodo on this blitz is the perfect operator for it. You get to be quite quick and keep things moving, but also the ability to take 1v1 gunfights with that extra flexibility from the flashbang just lets you be a little bit more potent. A flashbang coming through to try and force back from the defense, but again, not over-aggressing, knowing they've got teammates coming in from Solarium and right behind him.
This is it. Dodo's going to just try and poke and prod these defenders into a line of sight where someone else can go and mop up the kill. But there's a network of secret players upstairs on this top floor, and they've all just dropped away. They've just decided to let them have the space go on over. Deadshot and Marto will reconvene towards Library's side. Now, going to try and hold the line there just a little bit. As Dodo makes his entry down in towards Trophy, will be met up with some resistance inside a kitchen. You just got to be careful from that player, because Fenno, pressure from above could very quickly mount up, and there's not too many ways out of that room.
Waiting again to see what this cutoff comes through, but the defense happy to sit back, and it's one of the things that Team Secret are the best at. It's making you walk into them. Barbed wire jumping through the smoke, obscuring, but Blitz in the gunfight finds one on Tefino and starts pathing in towards Kitchen, hunting for the next, but again, they're long gone. They've even slipped back upstairs. Oh no, there's one West Main too.
Are you even aware of these players so close to you, Scam Academy? You've got to be careful, because we've seen flanks from Team Secret be absolutely devastating before. They are aware of the West player. I think they're going to push him on back downstairs, but they're still not aware of Marto. Now, the air jabs will play a factor in giving away the position when Marto does eventually decide to strike. It's all going to be about how can you reconvene and kind of get a bit of an interest on regrouping with your teammates at this point. 50 seconds left on the clock now. Scam starting to look towards getting this boiler side open.
Breach open up. I think Wine might be still closed. Looking at the util available, still 2 Selmas in the pocket of the ace, but they can get that up. There's nothing to deny it. It's now waiting out these Vulcans, but 20 seconds of fire with only 35 to play with. It's dangerous stuff, especially if you just lock Dodo out for another 10.
Why are we doing that? I honestly don't know. Either way, look at the HP. Slivers on the side of Scam, but they're winning the gunfight, so it really doesn't matter not. Deadshot will take down Mukdu from upstairs. Now, Asa, the sole person left inside of the objective. Deadshot trying to play the vertical. Will feed the information. Will know on the Solace, but doesn't quite have the angle. No choice but to drop straight into the fire, straight into the lines of sight. Wings will clean up the other in the action. And Scam Academy, a much better executed attack there on towards the basement site, as they're not going to let this game trail too far behind. 2-3, the scoreline will sit, hoping to come out this half even.
I do love just the silhouette of the shield running around inside. That just kind of cracked me up a little bit, but I do think for the most part that was much better done. Nearly killing Dodo, not ideal. No. Don't know if we love that, but hey, you pull off a last minute execute, you get to do it, right? And again, Scam Academy leaning on this idea of we're going to take so much control that eventually we starve you out, and that's exactly what they did. I was a little concerned when we hit that halfway point. I think I said it in the round as well, right, Travi? Yeah. We're looking at a situation where the defense keep falling down through hatches. They keep running away. They keep escaping out of line of sight. But what I kind of didn't appreciate was just how quickly Scam Academy can put it together at the end. This looks like a team that really understands what their execute objective is, right? They open up the wine breach with 30 seconds left. I'm thinking that seems a little late, seems a little slow. They just immediately push in. They know by the time they go for that breach exactly who is left inside of sight, and you can have Dodo be that point man. Yes, he's low HP, but he can still have a little scout, have a little peek around the corner, see that Kaid, and boom, we're planting. No hesitation, no panic. They look very controlled in these late round sort of environments. And that's something I really love to see, right? A team that wants to lean into these executes, that then understands how they're going to play and knows we can't be panicked if we want to do this. We have to be calm. We have to be in control. Let's flip that script.
Scam by name, scam by nature, because it feels like they're scamming these rounds away. I think that's probably quite a good way of describing it. They shouldn't have it, but they do all the time. It's great.
I actually don't know if I completely agree, right? Because it's like it feels dodgy, right? Because of how late it is. But there's a sense of control that they find in these last 30 seconds that has me thinking like this isn't fluke, right? This is like by design. By design, they are giving us a heart attack, Traffy, right? They are spiking our cortisol for the content.
Content team. I mean, they're doing better than a content team would. 2 and 3. It's not too bad of a start to the game for them so far. They're, of course, now going to just go through the notions here of attacking on towards this top floor. Yet again, we're seeing that Denari pick. What really sticks out to me is going to be the pulse inside this one. You're going to need to find a way to hunt down that Roma, and that's where the Deimos is going to come straight into it.
Already, again on this balcony, just playing very tight, right? There is the rappel that can come up, makes it sometimes a bit dangerous, but instead just running straight towards Library, and they don't know he's up here.
They have no clue.
They don't know.
He's just going to take some utility, take some drones, and get away. What could have been disastrous for one side or the other ultimately results in a little bit of nothing for a moment. Asa will be the first one to fall, though, giving his head away to Turco. Scam Academy have gotten control of Mez's side really quickly inside of this round.
Waiting, the nade bounced through. That'll take out the Denari laser as well. Particularly helpful for Dodo to have that gone. It obviously adds shield knockback to you. He's still waiting patiently. Flashbangs fly through. Oh, that's a mental shot from Deadshot.
That's beautiful. I love that. Things we do indeed like to see coming in through. 4 versus 4 now. A Scam Academy just continue to slowly push up here. Eyeing up Piano at the moment. The thing they've got to be careful of is Marto's still on the loose. He's down inside of the basement, making his way up West Main now. Going to try and provide some vertical support to the rest of the team, but ultimately Scam Academy are kind of on safe ground for the time being. Things are slow. They can afford to play this one out. 40 seconds. The Blackbeard's going to charge on through. Spots out the player towards the bathroom side. He's going to be stalled out there by him. Flashbangs in towards the objective. Nice clear from Dodo there. Just gaining the ground, gaining the territory. Feno needs to come up huge here because he's the last bastion remaining on this top floor. The only other thing you've got for you, going for you right now, is going to be underneath from Marteau, but he's not entirely sure where the plant's going to go. He's going to throw a C4 blindly into the mist. It will get the down on towards the Blackbeard, but it's not going to stop the plant to go up. They're going to get the revive. They're going to get the recover. You're now going in a 4 versus 1 straight up against the shield. It's going to be a very, very difficult one here for Marteau to bring back. They didn't even get the wall open. I just noticed that half wall's completely sealed off. They didn't even need to. They could have done. There's nothing stopping it opening up. They've just totally ignored it.
Habana got beamed, right? So you're in one of those situations where Deadshot just takes him down before he starts activating that gadget, and they're feeling a little silly for it, but they find a way back, and 15 seconds, you're not getting that defuse, you're just stalling out this clock. It was unfortunate, right? They didn't check the close on the bomb chassis, instead looks over towards default, kind of where you'd expect it to be. Gets a vague idea that there might be one running around there. It's that Blackbeard going to check for the flank, but you take every shot you can, right? And gets the injured, not enough to confirm it. 1 versus 4 with a shield staring it down. Travis, you said it yourself, right? That's cooked.
Yeah, a little bit doomed. Just a little bit. Just a hint of I might be in a bit of danger when there's a shield staring you down. So we go into the half uneven territory. 3-3 will be the scoreline, and we know the fact that Secret Academy do like to play their shields, and it's no surprise to me they're getting banned already.
Yeah, you see off the blitz. Do you see off a second? It's so dangerous to do, right? It's like you get 3 bans across the half. One of them only comes after that first rotation. Here it'll be after round 9. Do you really want to go for a double shield ban and give so much utility over, right? You give them a lot. The Brava ban coming through is a particularly spicy one. I'm expecting to see a lot of Maestro, maybe some Echoes coming through is my immediate thought when I see that Brava ban. Those are the 2 that are most influenced by it. Things like the Malusi add a lot of value all of a sudden. So we'll have to see. Yeah, Rooney also one. Oh, there's the Malusi, yeah. Also gets a lot of value. You can't hack them away, right? And if you thought a Banshee was annoying to deal with for the attack, well, when you're on the defensive end of things as well, and you can no longer get aggressive because there's the big wob making loads of sound, not ideal. So I do like this ban. It's a very interesting one. I think it is one that we see most commonly as well here on Chalet. And in part of that, that's because of the power of the defaults, right? You're looking at a fireplace default camera, you hack that away, suddenly you have like a permanent flank cam that covers the entire map.
You can really gain, and there's these bulletproof cameras. There's a lot to really get there. And Secret Academy, well, they're going to just decide how they want to go this one. You said it, Golu. Do you risk and double down on the shield ban? Maybe you should have done, because you know Marto's going to be playing whatever ones you leave left inside of the game. No matter how the path goes, there's going to be one, whether it's the Blackbeard or the Montaigne. If they do get banned next, you're still going to have one available for yourself. Secret Academy going to be going straight on towards that shield, leveraging that ground, and I love this from them. It's one of their trademarks as a team, and it's always really fun to watch.
Yeah, immediate pressure over on Library, not messing around with this whole roam clear shenanigans. Let's figure out what's going on inside the site first and foremost. Deimos up on this balcony, and it's Linku rocking it up, right? It's such a powerful tool to have. Effectively wall hacks if you feel comfortable with the revolver. Trying to shoot open the balcony. One drone down already as information being denied early for Scam Academy. But they're not seeing too much movement either, to be honest. They're just kind of sitting tight and waiting.
Secret Academy trying to shuffle the deck at the moment, but nothing really is moving all too much here. A mispo thrown grenade there from Linku will just slow it out. They still seem to think there's someone playing inside of the library, I think, but they might not be aware the intel's kind of wrong. There's no one in there. Defense has fallen back a little bit. The Montaigne's going to make his entry on through towards Fireplace, start to navigate his way up the staircase, just provide that pressure, and more importantly, the information, because it's much needed right now for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, you just commit one of those firebolts into the corner, that will clear anyone other than a Doc out. The scan's coming through onto the Frost, forces her to drop away as well as Monty starts making some space for himself onto Mez. Still cautious about some re-aggression coming through in this extension from the rest of the defense. But again, with a Monty staring them down, with control over on mezzanine balcony, looking through that double window, and it's out on rappel, right? So it's much harder to run out on. It's so difficult for the defense to walk forwards and contest this. That's that library control you wanted. And look, we're a minute and a half of the round. They can start looking down into the site as long as they're wary of this re-aggression.
They can just have one or two people with a DMR, with a long angle, holding this cross on off, and these players have Scam on the top floor. They just can't do a thing at the moment. They see these players, and this is where it might come in. The backstab, the pinch from Wings will shut down the shield. That's the one pick you want from this whole rope. The whole game's worth it now. You've got the shield. You could just effectively run away should you so desire to, but I don't think that's in the nature of Scam. Look at this. Wings does not want to go anywhere. He's going to continue to aggress, while the action down in towards the site now is going to continue on. Vertical pressure to be applied, but ultimately for Secret Academy, it's going to be a hard one to sell.
And this patience from Wings, who now activates when things get look a little bit more grim and messy downstairs. Steps up. Dodo finds one. The recover can come through onto McDo if he wants to, but Deadshot with two quickly swings the round in the balance as they're firing them on the back stairs. Escapes to safety. The Umai falls just a little bit further back.
In we drop, in we go towards the objective. It is Secret Academy winning in the gunfight. So Asa raining down fire from outside the game's window will get the job done. And Secret Academy start off their attack on what I would argue is a fairly high note there. Good round from them. Sure, you lost the Montaigne. That was my biggest worry in the whole thing. But equally, they're just good enough to be able to recover it regardless.
Chaotic end round. Bit messy. Bit
scrappy.
But you take them when you get them. Exactly. And for Team Secret Academy, it's putting that attacking win on the board. That early, the early pressure ultimately, I think, is what it's sold at the most, right? We compare the attack that Scam had in round number 4, sorry, to the round that we just witnessed, right? And the big difference for me is that they have removed that utility around Library very early on into the round. And it's a completely different attack, right? Like, one team wants to go all the way from Solarium side, one team just wants to look at Library, really. But the difference is that when you transition downstairs, it's so much easier for you to get in and make a lot of noise. That really helped. That really paid off for them. Now we're seeing a Mozzie come through. I do like a Mozzie.
You do like a little bit of Mozzie. And Super Shorty. I'm just saying it. Every time I see him, I've got to bring it up.
Yeah, he got it back.
He's got the Super Shorty back. This is the best thing since sliced bread. We love Super Shorty. We love Mozzie.
I wonder if you just let anyone take the Super Shorty, what happens?
Just anyone.
Anyone could take it. Any defender can have Super Shorty. Any defender can now do site setup.
That, I don't know. It'd be fun.
I lean into the camp of more is more.
Yeah.
So I always like the idea that you could have, like, if you want to run super shorty on Maestro, I mean, you got the Bailiff already, so I guess that's not a big change up, but like, I don't know. Let my Goyo make the site setup if I want to. Let me, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
There's choices to it.
Yeah.
It'd be a fun one, maybe for like the testing grounds once upon a time, where you just see like.
Yeah, exactly. I think it'd be like a testing ground thing. Like one of my gripes is that I do. Okay. One of my gripes is that you get like operators who swing into meta because they get given a secondary shotgun and they're now like the site setup guy, right? Where it's like Wamai got given the super shorty. Cool. Now we can have Wamai make all of our rotates. So it's like things like this where it's like. It'd be interesting if just like you didn't have to make that decision of who has a shotgun that we can bring on defense. Instead, like anyone could do it.
Do it. It'd be fun. It would be. I'll be down to give it a test and see what happens. It would make a lot of defenders a lot more strong, and it probably would shift things. And that's a great way to try and look at what Secret are trying to do inside of this round. They're trying to shift these defenders out, but they're not having a lot of success so far. Minus tagging up Mukdu a little bit earlier on here, I don't feel like a significant amount has been gained. They're still trying to clear out this top floor. We're halfway through the round, and even with the Deimos, he's yet to use a death mark. And all three players, they're continuing to just hold angles.
Yeah, stacking them up for the late round, right? It means you're guaranteed to be able to find out as much information as you need to. McDo waiting for Fino to step up, staring up at that frame. Concussive Mine put down for when he walks across. I don't think there's any movement coming out from Fino, though. The rest of the team start to make their way across this balcony, looking to breach into Kitchen as well. This is the Nomad eventually going to drop off. Asa, still that charge, going for the Kitchen breach. That lets them walk in towards the default bomb site plant, but Kaid just steps back into Fino, didn't realize he was on that window, and that's a massive opening pick. That's the Nitro Cell from inside a site gone. Now it's all about avoiding this verticality, and you have players waiting up on Mez to push into office when you want to go for this plant.
A game of angles being played right now by Scam Academy, and they rapidly need to try and retake some territory here because Secret Academy, in theory, on paper, they have enough control, they have enough safety in terms of numbers to get what they need to try and go down for a little bit of a plant right by the breach here. They force the players a little bit further away from the vertical, and now here comes the backstab from the Deimos, from Fenu. Puts Wings into a tight corner there, really difficult spot to try and worm his way out of, but they're aware of this player inside a bar. Dodo trying to do what little he can, won't be able to do much at all. Leaves it to up to McDo here, and while the clock's working against the attack, they're going to just rapidly sprint into sight, get the job done. I love that from Team Secret. They're really, really good to just go. It was looking a little bit dicey, I can't lie, but they made it work. And they now moved themselves 2 away from a map point, or taking it rather.
It's open breach, start pushing in to office, contest office, open main breach, go for that plant. You can't play Virtus anymore. We've already killed your site player. Everything starts to look very, very comfortable for them. A nice attempt at a flank from Vita, but again, just a little, not enough to go off of, right? Like the Melusi just gets swung, loses the one, and everything else just starts to put itself together in that 3 versus 1 situation for the end of Team Secret Academy. Just a really strong understanding of how you need to push this site, right? There was nothing fancy, there's nothing too crazy. Open office breach, look into office. Open site breach, get a kill, go for plant, and all lined up really, really tidily. I love when a round just falls very cleanly under control.
Back to the same objective for the side of Scam Academy right now. Up towards that top floor, see what they could do. Changing lineup, though, this time around. Moving away from things like the smoke, things like the Kaids that you'd associate more with holding the site itself. They're bringing traps this time. Utility that they can just throw down, forget about, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit more of an extended game from the back of it. Scam, it's hopefully going to be a bit of a change of what they need, and if you ask them, it's the solution to the previous round's problems.
Yeah, when you don't have quite as much space to fight over, the traps do become like quite a little bit more impactful. You can use this Denari to lock up some of these corridors or window vault-ins as well. Things like the concussive mines. Both of these operators very good at dealing with things like Marto on that Monty. You get that shield break, you get it knocked to the side, you try and take him down early before he has a large impact on the round. Open up the hatch from underneath. Going to need to reload the glaive before you can fully do that. Just to, again, add up these angles, give Wings the pressure that he needs, or the help he needs to deal with the pressure that's going to come in. Because, again, you're already seeing them stacked up on this window.
They're so ready for it. They're ready to take these fights here on the side of Scam Academy, and they're going to just fall right onto it. Asa catches wings as he tries to make a retreat away. It's that really good play style we've seen from Secret before, where they just kind of set up a net and wait for someone to fall into it and catch him, hook him up, and shut him down on their way. They secured themselves an early man advantage here and can start to apply some pressure here as mezzanine control is all theirs. Mostly.
Breach opened early on. It is a really good start for them, but still so much power inside of Piano. Sat and waiting. Minute 50. Time's really good for Secret Academy. Careful of flanks, as we saw what they tried to pull off before, right? With Vita lurking around underneath.
Yeah.
Not going to bother standing next to this Banshee. Just grenade it out. No messing around. Banshee coming through inside a side. It's a careful angle you got to watch, but they spotted it on the drone, knowing that they're on this doorway, peeking out onto Mez. Wants to try and see if they can slip forwards into sight and able to crouch onto the half wall.
He gets
insane.
it. Absolute madness there to take the initiative, but then Scam Academy fight back. 2 quick kills go in their direction, forcing this Montaigne into an uncomfortable situation with a Piano player, but he's going to come out on top regardless. Vita, the last one standing, it just crumbles away on the side of the site there. You're trying to do what you can. You will shut down the Montaigne. Now, the final 2 players, they are isolated. They are on their own, but Vita on a sliver of HP has to pull on back, gives them an opportunity to regroup, re-aggress. It's a hard one here. You drop down to the floor, try to do what you can, but unfortunately, Secret Academy just better for it on the guns, and now they're on this attacking side, Golu. They're building momentum, building pace. 3 rounds in a row. Amazing.
And they
stuff.
push themselves to that match point as well now, Travi, right? It's right on the doorstep for Scam Academy, where you're kicked out on round 1, yet again by bumping into Team Secret Academy, your personal kryptonite at this point in time. We saw the last time these 2 teams matched up, it was a big lead. A big lead for Scam.
Huge.
6-2 up. Team Secret Academy slogged it back. They put round after round together, holding on for dear life on bank. And this time around, Scam on the back foot. They're the defending team. They're the team that needs to lock down the building. The Rainbow Six Mobile card on the back there for Fino. Very funny to see that. But the bans come through. It is that Monty that they've taken away. They've realized that, look, the double shield ban, it feels a bit unfortunate. It gives so much utility over to the attack. You get to keep the Deimos, you get to keep the Dokkaebi, you get to keep the Ying. There's so much there. They could run a Blackbeard if they want to. But they're just different gravy when it comes to this Monty. He walks forward, he's in your face the entire time. You never get a second to breathe. Always that sense of unease that accompanies it, right? And so get rid of this. Let's start again from the beginning.
Let's back to basics is going to be what the plan is right now for Scam, because they've got to go 3 rounds in a row. That's a tough one. That's a tall ask for them, especially when you've had some really good individual plays from Secret. Linku, Deadshot have had really, really good games, and it was kind of what you were saying earlier, Golu. Deadshot's, he's been providing so much firepower to this roster, and I'm really loving to see how they're playing around it.
Scopos. You put one of these on site, you start to flip around on the roam, but where do you go for? What are you hunting?
You're hunting people. That's my game.
Ah.
You just kind of chill, hunt people, get your 1, get your 2, dip on away. We've seen Scam, rather. They've done it well before.
That's going to feel so good when you get the punch as well.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be able to, like, whoosh. I'm surprised they haven't had it. Oh, I'm just...
Well, it's coming a new season, right? So
yeah. Swiss stage.
Yeah. So yeah, Swiss stage, you might see a Scopos rise.
Yeah.
Increase the speed at which you swap as well. So that's definitely going to be valuable in terms of getting out of situations quickly. It's going to make Scopos a much more competent roamer. You get that second health bar too. I think that's like the really understated part of this operator. If you get in a gunfight, you take some damage, you swap over to your other shell. You're back at 110 HP, or 100 after the new season comes through. But
yeah,
early spot out here onto Vita.
Had to fire through, cornered it in the closet, really burst up with it with the fire. Trying to disable the logic bomb because it's such a difficult effect there on the Scopos, but you got to fall down because of it. Trade's going back and forth here, but it's Scam Academy coming out on top. A bit of friendly fire, quite literally there. Luckily, Marto's right in a position to right his wrongs, almost catches the second, will get the down, shuts down Wings, maybe bite off just a little bit more than he can chew. Asa will be the one to deal the final blow, but it's all down to 1, it's all down to Dodo, and it just crumbles. I have no clue what the hell happened there. It certainly wasn't pretty. But Scam Academy will fall just short inside of this one. No comeback needed from Secret this time. A nice, clean victory.
Kind of just ended out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Like that's like we've had so many rounds that have been so back and forth, so very tight, coming right down to the wire, and then Marto just went and killed everyone. It's like
that. Yeah, that just kind of happened. I mean, it all started here. It was 5v5, and within the replay, it all goes to hell.
you're in Solarium, right? And it's this first kill goes down. Marto, I think, just pushed into site very aggressively and weirdly. Not Marto, sorry, Linker. And I think weirdly that works out almost perfectly, right? Because the defense just suddenly falls to pieces when they start rushing in aggressively. You're seeing these toxic babes being thrown in deep, and they just can't quite find a mark, and it all comes into this gap that's just left open for Marto to just keep on going forwards. And he just finds frag after frag, and you can see the distraction coming in. Smoke doesn't quite know where to expect them. They know there's one in bathroom, but thinks there's one more inside the site as well. Goes for that deep swing into site, gets caught out by Link instead. So really interesting game at the end there. Really good round. And Team Secret Academy looking on good form.
Much better. Significantly better than we've seen from them in weeks prior, and that's the big one for me there. I wanted to see some improvement from these guys. We've said it countless times now, Golu. They're a good roster with some really good players on there. It just felt like a matter of time before they found their stride, found their success. At least initially here at Qual 3, they're going to be able to make it happen. Now, they're going to be going up against Spirit Esports in just a couple of minutes. But first and foremost, before we get there, it's going to be a quick break and a quick chat with Dianic at home. Let's take a look at the Challenger stories.
Welcome back, folks, to another episode of the Challenger Stories. Today I'm joined by the very not at all camera shy Dianic. Di, would you like to introduce yourself to the folks there at home?
So, no. No, I'm joking. My name is Dianic. My name is Dianic, if you guys know me from potential earlier competitive scene player. Now I'm a caster for the German Tier 1 scene and English Open qualifiers.
Nice journey you've had throughout this game, and let's start at the start, where things began. When did you get into Siege?
So I don't know the year, I only know the exact season. It was Parabellum.
Parabellum 2018.
18?
2018.
God damn, okay, holy. Oh my god! 7 years. 8. Oh my, I've been in Siege since 8 years.
That's right, he was talking about 2015, I think we're good.
Oh my god. Just for the camera. You just pointed at Whip It.
Yes, Whip It is behind the camera filming right now.
Oh my god. Parabellum, I started because a friend was like, let's play this game because he knows I play CSGO. So I was like, yeah, let's play Rainbow Six Esports. It's a really nice game. I was like, okay. He bought it for me. We played it a lot. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh yeah, I like this game. And then I started watching competitive because I used to watch also CS competitive, I still do. And then I was watching Fabian and Canadian, those two games. And these two people are the iconic duo for me. It's like, doesn't matter what team, what era, my two idols in Siege. And the reason why I started then playing competitive is because I saw Canadian and Fabian how great they can be as IGLs.
Yeah, and was that what you wanted to do when you played competitive, lead the team in that IGL?
Yeah, no, when I started playing competitive, I was like, so before that I was like, okay, I'm shit. I'm terrible at the game. I was like, I need to lock in, okay? Because like, bro, I was like gold and like 0.0. I was not good. Like I was that. I said to me, if I want to play competitive, I have to hit plat or diamond first, and then have like a good KD to say I can carry my weight. I did that. I sweated a lot. Like I'm not joking to you.
Yeah,
like I'm talking
like
YouTube tutorial tip videos. I'm talking going into customs, learning the maps, learning the angles, learning the callouts in the game itself.
In the game, not on the YouTube video.
And YouTube videos, and like learning the angles from the YouTube video in game. I was a sweat, okay?
Yeah.
Like I was a sweat. And then I reached my rank, but I was like, okay, now I can hold myself. And then I got into my first team. I started with friends, and then I just started to IGL. Then I was sent like how to IGL. I watched also videos like that from other competitive scenes. And that's how I developed over like multiple years. I was only the IGL, hard support IGL on both attack and defense. And yeah, it's like, that's how I started.
Playing to casting, when did you make that jump?
Playing to casting was a few years back. Believe now 3 years, because I was like, constantly I was doubting myself, constantly I was saying I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, and at that point I was like, if I say to myself one more time I'm not good enough, I will stop, because if I stop believing in myself, why?
What's the point?
What's the point of me continuing? And I had another really big doubt, and I was like, that's it, because like if I don't believe in myself, nobody else will. Especially as a female player, I had a lot of comments to deal with, and so I was like, okay, if I don't believe in myself, I will stop for the sake of my sanity. And I stopped, and I was like, okay, I can't be a player, or I won't be a player. Let me try to live the scene in a different way. So I started my first tournament, Hype End. Listen, I'm a way too soft bean, so if somebody like breaks the rules, I'm like, it's okay. I will forgive you. You just don't do it again. Not how you should do things as an admin. No, you should be strict. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I was like, it's okay.
It's fine.
Kept up. Yeah, and during that, then I had a lot of casters, and all of a sudden one of the casters drops out. So I was like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I just jump into the cast and I'll do it. And I casted with silver, my first few games, and I was like, holy, I love this. Oh my God, like the energy. And yeah, that's how I kind of got into casting, from Hype End to like open qualifiers. And then I took a little bit of a break. And then when I came back, it was era of Manchester year, like a few years back now, 3 years. Open qualifier after open qualifier, Brazil, APEC, EU, NA, Brazil, APEC, every single one I could cover, I covered for Manchester. And then I got the show match. And after that, everything just kind of...
And then we'll flash back, or flash forwards rather, to today and now, where you have been casting this event in German. How has that experience been?
Listen, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's not a step I expected to happen. Like after considering I'm still, I would say, new to casting. Like now, of course, it's been 3 years, but I got the offer in 2025 when I did my first SI. They needed a caster, and I know Sua, and for example, he put a lot of word in because I was casting his Die Meisterschaft, a pure German tournament, and he was like putting my name forward so much, and that's kind of how it started. And then it honestly, I know the quality I deliver on the German cast this event compared to SI 2025 are two different pairs of shoes. Because like, first of all, I have quality games. Second of all, I have really well talent to work with, so they give feedback, they help me. They're like, hey, I've noticed this, you can do this better, or try this out. Of course, it's my decision, what I take on, but like, of course, like how I use my voice, what I say, it all comes together in that. And it's a huge jump, and it's just like, it feels like an honor. And a lot of the times, until the event has passed, I don't realize I've just casted this. Like, this is the second day of, so this is the 14th. On the 15th, I'll still not, but on the 16th and 17th, I'll be like sitting in my room like, holy sh.
Yeah, someone's lifted a hammer, you're on a flight home, and...
I'm just gonna be like, hold on a second.
You've just done this.
No, it's honestly a great honor.
And welcome back on in, folks. A nice quicker break than I think we all intended to have there, because our next game is ready to go underway. We have La Madeleine going up against the Rama Gang. It's going to be on Clubhouse. It's going to be a banger.
I'm a big Clubhouse enjoyer, so I always like seeing this. And two teams that I'm not familiar with, so it'd be interesting to see coming into this kind of blind what we see.
It's always fun. New teams, new bit of action. It's a map we all know in Clubhouse. I'm looking at the list of players here. You'll see them in a sec when we get into the lobby. It's names that, at least to me, I'm not too familiar with, but it's always nice to put some new names on the radar, some new faces up on the wall of who might just be the next ones to take over here in the Challenger Series. Still though, they've got to get through each other to get this one over the line. Second round of the day, round of 64, we're going to Clubhouse.
Now, I'm no expert in French. However, I'm going to take a bold swing and say that La Maladie is the malady.
Yeah, the Madeleine. It is, actually. It is a big old church. Just a quick Google.
Yeah. Ah, interesting.
Whereabouts
in France is this big church? Oh, the Madeleine.
The Madeline. Le Madeline.
Malady. Malady's like a sad tale, right?
I think so. What is Le Madeline?
No, as in like a malady
A malady.
in English.
A malady in English. Yes. In English.
Because malady will just translate to malady.
Malady
So-
translates to disease.
Oh, the disease.
The
Interesting.
disease. Okay.
Well, that's a team name and a half. The disease. Patient zero of COVID-19. Interesting.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
What's wrong?
Not again.
It's coming back.
Oh dear.
You know, not to get too unsiege related, but like, we are aware that like COVID still exists and it's like out there. And we've just kind of
it's
like
out there.
we've just kind of left it to do its own thing.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, terrible idea, by the way. Absolutely terrible idea. So, just thought I'd throw that out there. You know, masks still very valid.
Wash your hands, please.
I tried to find one the other day when I was a bit ill,
Yeah.
a bit under the weather, and I was like, actually, I'm gonna mask up today because, you know, I don't really want to spread things, and also like, you know, COVID exists and like illness is bad and all this sort of thing. And I think it's just like an interesting cultural thing that you see like in places like Japan, Hong Kong, Korea. It's very standard to wear a mask, just even if you're not ill, just like in public spaces. And that's something that we can definitely bring to sort of European culture. I think wearing a mask is probably a good shout.
It is.
Very good for health. I need to get a new one.
Yeah. I wouldn't even be able to wear my mask from that time. I'll be honest with you. They're sitting there somewhere, I'm sure. Hiding in the depths away.
Yeah. It'd be a bit manky now, wouldn't it? It's been like sat in a cupboard in a drawer for like
Yeah, probably all dusty. Don't want that on your mouth.
4 years. Like
Yeah.
you can wash it, but it's just a bit grim. So I'd just be like, just find a new one. But not many places to sell them. Anyway, back to Siege.
Back to Siege. Back to the important thing. He pushed through the top floor. I don't think General realises the one on his left. No, he does not. NXJ finds the first. Nice, easy one there on towards the buck. All the vertical pressure that you can apply down into this basement bomb site. Well, that is no more. You do have the ramp. Keep in mind, I just spotted her out in the lineup. So she'll be available. She'll still be doing her thing, no doubt. But you've now got this problem. You've got players upstairs, Golu, and you now need to send a ram to clear them.
Yeah, they thought they could just send the buck and he'd go do it himself, right? But obviously going down early, you now have to reset the whole setup. Prime outside of the highway windows, but his drone's coming through first of all. No one following onto it. So if this gets shot out or hits into a mute jammer, you haven't actually gained any space. You still need to be cautious on this approach.
Really cautious, really careful on what you do because you don't want to lose any more than you already have to. But the more you hung around, the more you wait, you're just going to be losing time. Nado taking a lot of damage here as he pushes on up in towards the bedroom, caught in a little bit of a crossfire. And Lamada Lee, they're throwing everything that they can at these top floor players. We'll be able to shut down the first, finally find the second. And it's cost them a lot of HP, a lot of time, but they will emerge from that scrap a bit better off than the defense, I'd say. They've got more health, they've got more players. And they've still got a minute.
Still got a minute to play with. Still got Habana to open up your hatches. Ram's still alive, so you can start working on vertical around kitchen. Ultimately, you're walking out of this. It's still looking pretty good for them. There's only one Nitro Cell left remaining, and that's Xylo on the mirror, who has that ready to use on main stairs when someone walks down, pre-ripping it so you don't give away any audible sound cue. Drone not going to check who's behind it either. Going back to the gun, though. 35 seconds. Kitchen hatch open, the verticality established, the mirror window punched out by the Ash, but now Zelo wants to get aggressive.
Zelo just doesn't give a damn. He's just going for it, and he's actually going to get away with the pick on towards Prime, gets the down, swings back around, goes for the finisher. However, elsewhere inside of Armory, the players of La Madeleine have dropped straight on down, trying to stick this diffuser, trying to find some space to be able to do so, but no, the C4 comes up huge, brings it all down up to Aurel, and unfortunately for this final player, he's stuck inside of dirt. In a 1v3. One doorway in towards the objective. It's just a funnel. He's going to get his first. Stalled out by the Banshee. It's going to be Pape to finish it off.
Yeah, Sacco eventually just comes through to things to clean up the round, but Zelo doing all the work there, right? It's finding that opening frag. I mean, very lucky to not just get beamed from above when you're standing under vertical and the Ash is looking down right at you. Somehow you win that one. Hey, fair play. Game's the game. The Nitro Cell to then stop that plant going down when your teammate's been trying to get them from the back of AKs and can't draw the angle and it's obscured by the bookshelves. That's what really seals the deal, right? It's stopping that plant from being committed to and pushing forward. And that's why you need that Ash on main stairs, right? She doesn't want to contest. She backs up, gives that space to Zelo to get aggressive. and you lose it on all out. But again, it's a little inspired by that lack of timing. So much of that clock was eaten up on this top floor with that initial pick onto the buck that completely halted them out.
Good news for them. Top floor is the site this time around. So you only actually have to technically, if you could just get a hold of this top floor, you could technically get the defuse down, win the whole round. But this intricate network of utility here from the side of Ramagang is going to make it difficult to do. Those FNAT mines, those trip connectors, there's a lot there to sort of play around, play behind here. Interestingly enough, with the Bandit ban, Cage only option, they're not going to go for that one, meaning the Thermite of Le Malady is going to have a nice, easy time getting these walls open.
Popping out the fire early on, just that's not going to be a problem for you later in the round.
How many shots is that thing taking?
It's because of that spread on the shotgun, isn't it?
Yeah, it has to be.
If you just did it with the SMG, you'd do it in a couple bullets. Well, maybe not a couple bullets. Maybe like half a mag, but quicker is the point I'm trying to get to.
Speed. Nyum.
And this is what we're talking about. How nuts is 3 exothermic charges? That's one there. You can open up this cash wall as well if you want to. Again, there's no wall denial. You just need to be able to cross. Sledge just going charging straight on in, and Nexto gets the first. There's a second on top red. Does he know?
I'm not sure he's entirely aware of that player. Zio's going to see the head of the player. Will swing out, find it just like that. Nice, easy one just for himself there. And that ingress into CCTV, well, that is no more. You do have Prime playing down below. He's going to deploy the logic bomb. They are going to be fully aware of this red player now. The Thermite is struggling with these mute jammers just a little bit here, trying to get the angle just right. This one, I think, should be able to stick. Get the wall open nice and easy. And that's it. Thermite's done his job. He's got 3 walls open. Relatively little difficulty. A minute in, I wouldn't say there's neither side favoured yet.
Not just yet. It's good progress for the attack, though, especially if they can continue to clear out this cash side of things. This breach still closed. I'd like to see the Habana come through and start ripping open this wall if possible. But again, you lost that sledge. You lost a lot of momentum. And, well, with Habana going down, I think that completely chalks out this far side of the map.
Why is the Dokkaebi on her drone? That's my concern. She's on her drone while the teammates push him up together. You know he's in that corner. You know he's tucked there. Wait a couple more seconds because right now Zio can continue to just be a nuisance on this angle here. Doesn't matter if he goes down. Doesn't matter if he drops to the floor. Job has been done at this point, but he's not finished yet. He doesn't want to clock out. Triple kill inside of the round for him as the final 2 players of Le Malady on highway. Well, they got their work cut out for them in this last couple of seconds.
Just a lack of consistent pressure coming in on cash side of things, and now what we're adding the 4th one to try and deal with Xylo. Xylo peeking, flashbang goes up over the top. It barely makes it out the hand of the Thermite before he gets gunned down by the Scorpion. The ace is on. The team let him have it. He has diffuser. They should hear the Twitch stepping up soon. Doesn't even let him have it.
Rude. That's so rude of you.
Teammate.
That's disrespectful. Get him off the team. Get someone else in there. Get him off. Get this guy out of here. Unfortunate, but you know what? I'm not gonna complain too much. Zio will be happy with the quad kill there, and just a fundamental lack of fundamentals to be able to clear that red player. That's not the most difficult position to clear in my books. Just push them together, sandwich them in. Simple-ish.
Yeah, it becomes more complicated, right, when he has support from inside of cash, but literally he just wins 4-1s.
Yeah. Cracked.
And look, yeah, when someone wins 4-1s, you've got to give them the credit. You also do get to be like, guys, why do we let them do that? I think Habana opening up cash wall a little hard to do when you don't have that control on top red, and it all falls apart from there. Because again, you open up that breach, now suddenly there's an extra angle contesting you into cash. You really want that control to start swarming around instead. And it's one of those situations where you feel a little bit miffed as the Thermite, right? You're like, I did my job, guys. I opened up these breaches. I was putting pressure on Jacuzzi, and you've all died. But again, it's just really well played by, well, I'd say Ramet, particularly Xylo again, who's really stood up in these last 2 rounds and made some really impactful plays. That's a 2K into a 4K, 6 kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's pretty big performance. And we're only 2 rounds in, 6-0. You can't really ask for much more than that from a single player there inside of that one. Over towards the CC bomb site now. It was the difficulty of Le Malady before. Now it's going to be their primary focus. Similarly to how the round 1 split kind of went. Bedroom was their difficulty, and then we played Bedroom. They struggled with Cash and Red there. Well, that's where we're kind of heading to for our objective now. Looking at the lineups, it's fairly default. It's nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary here. It's just going to be how quickly can this attack kind of chew through things here. Yeah, man.
Breach open up.
In a second.
Yeah, no, I've been there. I feel that pain, man. That is when you're trying to rappel up and you just keep going back and forth on the angles. Happens to the best of us. Sacco getting things off rolling with the sledge once again, just moving so aggressively quickly. We saw it work out for Nardo in the last round, right, where he's able to get that first opening pick and immediately gunned down afterwards by Xylo. So not the best. Second injure coming through into construction, trying to crawl to safety. Will go down to Prime pretty quickly afterwards, who's taken up this rappel to try and cut off the angles. Sacco now isolated on an island inside a master bedroom, and I want to see how they start pushing through. That's a logistics drop coming through, and immediately just a swing from the Capital gets the job done. So we're looking at a situation where construction, mostly under control. You can start working your way into logistics for a little bit of extra support too. Are they playing for this external breach on the single panel?
That is going to be the big question going in towards them for the final little chunk of this round here, but they've still got half the round to play for. A lot of time to work on things here as they're going to finally, I believe, just about get the main breach open roughly with a bit of playing around with the exothermic there from General. It will eventually do its job. Logi, the pressure's just mounting up on this defense right now, and I feel like once this CC wall gets open, it's going to be the point that's going to push them over. So much being applied right now, and the Malady doing a great job in terms of time management.
You have to get the main breach open too. Slips away into rafters. Again, you have the head holds established, so you can cross over to join the rest of the team. But General now going for this single panel inside of sight. Again, mute jammed off, so they have to try and find some way to get it open. And Impact over the top. Lovely bit of utility play from Zelo to make sure that exothermic goes down. That single panel will stay closed off because it is the last charge. Oh, never mind. They have the hard breach in pocket as well. The Impact not going high enough to trick it off, and that won't get stopped by the mute jammer because there's no clicker needed to be used.
Nope, that's the big button of pressure that I kind of mentioned. That might be the undoing here for the side of Ramagan as they just go down to the final one player. Seitu will be able to find one on towards Mafi, but it's difficult now. Plant's going down, diffusers being stuck to the floor, and you are cornered on this rafters position. No way across, one in front, one to the right. The Malady will be able to get it over the line on the tertiary bomb site, get themselves on the board. Arguably, that's one of the harder ones to do there. Get your first round, that is a difficult round. You're on there now. You just keep on building from this point.
Really good, just low trickle of pressure coming in from the attack, right? They open up all their external breaches. They plied away into sight. They use the utility to make sure they had everything open, and then they start just walking on through. Really good job on that roam clear this time around, right? You had Sacco gets that opening pick, and they don't let that stop them. They don't let that falter their confidence, where they eventually go, look, we got a drone on him. Just go swing this. And Oral just runs forward on that Capital, takes the gunfight, and comes out on top. Really big to make sure that even after you've lost a couple rounds, right, after you've had a round where you have one player just keep fragging you all out, you're not showing any signs of stopping, right? There's none of this quitter mentality. It's all very much, look, we are able to do this. Let's just do it better and go and do that.
I want to see some better here on towards this basement attack. That is the thing I would like to see inside of this one. Reason why I'm saying that is we're back down there, obviously. The rotation has completed itself. It was difficult last time for the attack because they just got held up on that top floor. This time, Ramagang, I think they're going to be going for quite a similar approach. You look at their lineup, Solace, Ella, they're going to want to be roaming. They're going to want to be out and about on a little bit of a jolly stroll for themselves and looking to just do exactly what they did before.
Waiting to see. Drone running through this middle. Caught out. Back down to this basement. Nothing too crazy coming through in the change, right? It's a lot of the same. General on that butt. This is what happened last time, right? It all falls apart when he gets caught out. How do you avoid doing that?
You back him up. You send him in with a teammate. You send him in with some support. You've tripled down on the vertical. You've got a Zofio now to play with as well. There's a lot here for La Malady. How do you dislodge him? What's the secret?
Construction panel. Getting worked away out. Looking at Jacuzzi 2. So they want to go for a more full approach. Open up as much of this external as possible. Use those hard breach charges on the Zofia. Again, breaks past that mute, right? Because it has no clicker, has no charge that needs to be set off. It will always work. Cheeky bit of play from Solos to try and catch out Nardo, but not going to be enough. Will go down early on, and that's yet again an opening pick going over to Le Maladie. They continue this top floor sweep. Again, it's a lot quicker because they expect this roam to be built up on the master bedroom side. They're just running through.
Yeah,
a lot of confidence.
They're just disregarded it to somewhat of a degree here. They know it's going to be played. You can't be caught off guard by it a second time around. And they're just holding their crosses, holding the crossfires, angles, and sure, while Saitsu is going to be able to try and find one back on towards Prime there. He's still isolated on an island here inside of Bathroom. There's not many ways out of this one that doesn't result in your death. It's more of how many can you take down with you. 3 players of Le Maladie trying to chase him out, trying to shut him on down. But he's actually going to find the gap. He's going to find a window straight back down over towards Secret, where Pape's waiting to say, hey mate, how you been? But you're getting aggressive, you're going up the staircase. Oh my no, you whiffed the shots. That could have been huge for Xylo there, but unfortunately, it just leaves your teammates in the 2v4.
It was a really good pinch from Le Maladie upstairs. They had the window cut off from outside. Capital holding it down, so there's no way for Mute to run, but he finds that hatch, gets away. Yes, you get Xylo on that Clade, who got a little over-aggressive, a Nitro Cell, to try and take down the Ram, but it's not quite close enough to find that lethal blow. Instead, the floor will get ripped apart. Still Hibana pellets in pocket for Hibana. So he can start working on these hatches, but aggressive stances from Sacco once again to try and find a pick back. You're in that 2 versus 4. You need to find a way to bring this closer to your control if you want to win it out. And lots of these attackers taken heavy damage so far this round.
This is it. You can play from their vertical. You can go from that vertical down below, just fire on upwards. 1 or 2 bullets is all you're going to need to be able to do. The main push coming from the stairs themselves. You've got to spot the player. Pape holding it inside a moto here. Pressure from above limits what he can do. He's taking a lot of damage and just keeps on peeking it. Eventually will fall. Saitsu now has to try and deny this one. 15 seconds on the clock. He's been spotted out. Gets the down on towards the first one here. Decides to go for a rotate. Relocates himself inside of Church. They know you've got to try and push on through here. Through the smoke. You're going to see them. But I don't know if they've got options in towards site. Buck opens up the stop wall. But he's just going to keep on cutting them down. Run, Le Maladie, run. They will claim the kill. Just about. But it just felt uncomfortable there. Slightly, Golu. That could have been disastrous.
I've never looked at a 1 versus 4 and thought this is a real opportunity to close here if they all just walk in a line for you. But no, it's the Capital running around the side to eventually put that round together. A great rotation after getting caught out inside of Armory to be in an awkward position is this, right in this replay, right? Drops back, swings through, and is in the perfect spot to try and disrupt and clutch up this round against 3 targets, all on low HP already. Almost. But just runs out of time. Doesn't hear the Capital pushing to the right, and Oral closes it up. Gives Le Maladie their second attacking round win. But again, I'm looking at Sacco, I'm like, a couple things in this round. We don't need to be so aggressive on that hatch, right? We can just sit in Moto and wait. The hatch is closed above us. They need to push them in. That time is ticking away. Play to your strengths. Play to that close range. It's so unfortunate you get caught off instead and punished for pushing up. It happens to the best of us, but it's just a shame to see.
Really unfortunate, because you think you take one more player on the side of Ramagang into that end of round, it's a 2v4 instead of a 1v4, they win that. They win that, because that final player hiding behind the chassis, he gets shot, but there's another player hiding somewhere else. It's a really, really, really good showing, just not quite enough there, and it's heating up to be quite a competitive match of Siege now. As for the side of Ramagang, I think they realised the closeness of that previous one. I think they recognise, hey, we can do it. We can manage it, so they're just giving the same thing a second run on.
Yeah. No, that seems very appropriate in terms of how that reads come through, and I mean, fair play, right? You just go for it. You get the job done, but if it works, it works.
Fingers crossed, it does.
Waiting to see now what's coming through. Again, this top floor clear coming through. General leading the charge on the Buck. Want to rip open the floor as best as possible, and I mean, on a run back of this basement, you can see again this confidence growing for Le Maladie. There's so, again, straight into cash, straight up into construction. They know it's built up around master bedroom, and from Ramagan, they really feel like they can just run it back, and that they're making some small mistakes that they can adjust onto. The Mute not quite getting the drone the first time, gets it the second, going for an aggressive stance.
I like this. You get spotted on the drone, so you amp up the aggression. You go for 100, and you get paid off for it. Shut down the Ram. And you could just push up further back the other direction. You look, they've got a hold over almost the whole top floor now. Got one bedroom, got one construction. There's players all over the place. And you're being contested outside from a dirt run out as well. The Maladie really struggling to get a start on this one.
you can kind of see why that might be the case, right? When this aggression is now coming back into you, these assumptions that you thought was safe to make are no longer the case. Again, just waiting. Jim, there's no one in there. There's no one in bathroom either. The defense have vacated position, fallen into spots you weren't ready for, but Mafioso just drops, finds the mute, continues to work their way through, but again, a lot of damage dealt, a lot of time eaten up. One still stuck inside a vault, moving into master bedroom. You hear the shots though. That's going to be a chance to move forwards.
Ooh, NXJ, he just goes up huge, he gets the one, does a little bit of a tag on towards General as well, and it's that clock, like you said before, Golu. Look at the time, look at the damage he's doing, even if he goes down, job has been done at this point, but he doesn't want to give up yet. He's not done. He's going to have a bit of utility thrown his way. I believe that was a drone that someone just thrown at him, but he's going to keep on standing, he's going to keep on playing for it, caught inside of a cross. Now one hopping in through the window will be the one to eventually get the down, find the player, but you're 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds left on this attack, and you've got to get down to the site fast.
Going for a run. Hatches being pried away for. Wants to just insta-detonate them off, but that's a mute jammer. Put in an awkward spot, perhaps? No. Eventually get there.
Oh dear.
Just hot drop it, but you injure the Habana.
I'm thinking that as they're doing that, they don't have enough HP to do that. That's just unfortunate. How? Like, I was thinking that as they're standing on the hatch, do they have the HP to drop that? Because realistically speaking, you drop that one impact grenade, one anything. It's like, oh yeah, I just want to watch that one back. Unfortunate, really unfortunate. Like, it's a mistake. It does happen, but it is not going to make it sting any less.
That is dreadful. Look at this. Incredible.
And they have no information. Just get picked apart there. And
but again, like that is a goofy end round, but why is that happening? Well, it's because NXJ just bought out a million years upstairs, right? There's just no chance of this attack. They got so tunnel visioned onto dealing with this Legion. Eventually he falls, and there's so much left to do that you just figure, screw it, we're at 24 seconds, might as well just drop hatch and pray. And hey, look, they tried, it was not near enough.
Seas gods don't favour them in that instance, I think is the safest way to put. It's going to be one of those games. It's going to be one of those games, isn't it?
Some goofy things are occurring, I think. This is crazy setup, by the way. Look at this.
This is awesome. I love this. I'm going to screenshot this and save it for my rank games. I like this setup. This is neat. And it's double downing on the lasers as well. You look at that walking from construction. If you don't deal with them, that's like 4 or 5 lasers. That's a lot of damage as well.
I do sometimes look at this and think, like, wow, people should really go outside. But at the same time, it is very cool to see. I do enjoy seeing these like intricate webs. It's like another coconut bra thing, right? There used to be the thing of Valkyrie cams. You'd be like, oh, look at all these like 50 million Valks you can throw on like every map. And I think like, you know, we're going to need a Denari version of that at some point to kind of catch all of us plebeians up with what's going on.
You found the content gap, Golu. Now, if you have like 40 hours spare in your week to just play around with Denari,
then you can do one bomb site.
Yeah, you could be the next guy. I mean, you think of how long that would take you. It'd take you a while.
No, I'm giving someone else the idea.
Yeah.
I'm an ideas man, you see.
Yeah.
I'll come up with ideas. Execution, not really my vibe.
Valid. Entirely. Is it
Public or personal?
Top floor now, being pressured on here by this attack inside. The Malady yet to find a pick inside of this one. The player's inside of Cash. He's the last man standing. The player on red dropped away, decided to go. So poor old Pape, he is on his lonesome. The player's hopping in now. Pressure is going to be mounted, but he has that F-nut on the back stairs to warn him, but he's not going to be warned quick enough about the player outside the window there. Finds the pick, halfway point. Advantage goes the way of the attack, but not for long. NXJ finds one back.
Ooh, Mafioso finally able to break through onto red. What set them off before was obviously Xylo in this position. No longer the same person, but still a job done. Construction control being worked away at, dealing with these Inaris as you go. From that fire, again, important to do, right? That's 12 seconds, I think. 10 seconds, that gets bought out. Logistics rotation is established. There's one tucked on the right-hand side, spot out by a drone, goes for the cross, and immediately caught out. Amazing drone work coming through. A nade. Nitro from below onto Nardo. again, this information coming through. They've spotted the last two. They've climbed on up, but now stuck in position with the E1Ds. That gives the opportunity for Malady to walk forwards. They've got this control on Jim window as well now, completely pinching them back.
Nice fight back there from Saisu to get the pre-fire to Mafioso, but it gives the game away, gives the position up. What do? Pop the red so he can't flank you. Hope the player's pushing in inside of the bomb side itself. No, it's not going to happen. General will just make his way on through past the F. That mine slip through the cracks. Now tries to stick this defuse on down. Has to swing it out. Will get shut down by Oro. And the Malady will come out of this one just a little bit worse off for wear than maybe they would have wanted. But still, they're coming out of that half. Nice, even split. And things we like to see on Consulate. Consulate? Clubhouse. Words different.
Definitely happy to walk away with a 3-3 split here, I think, on the attack.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just something that you're
100%.
happy to do. I like this a lot. I think that last round, again, it's just all built off that pressure coming through. And I like to see the confidence grow, right? I think Clubhouse is a map where you start to get very familiar with what defenses are going to try and do, and you really can just sort of rinse repeat things. Let's get into cash. Let's move quickly. And you saw as the split went on, just the pace increase from Malady. And I think that's ultimately what really switched it up. You look at the rounds they lost, they were poor on time or they got stuck on a roamer. When they just had confidence, they just walked forwards and took the gunfight. They were able to flip that so quickly. That Legion running around, they just eventually just walk at him, win the one, and run away again. And you win that one. You have that confidence. You just hold W. And that's the biggest takeaway from them from this half. And now looking at the next split of things coming in, it's how do you find the way to replicate that on the flip side of things? How do you use that to your advantage as a defense?
Keep on shooting. Keep on walking. Don't forfeit the pressure. We could hope to see, looking at the lineup here of this defense, you're seeing that Pulse immediately, you're seeing that Valkyrie. They're going to be playing heavy on that information. They're going to be trying to use those C4s in pocket, because trust me, Golu, this lineup has plenty of them. There's a lot of C4s that we will assume will be brought along by both sides. They're just trying to apply that pressure, just try to catch someone off, because you know full well this attack, it's very likely to go vertical.
I hadn't realised that there was this like background pattern in the loading screen until kind of recently. It's been in for ages, but
It's been
I
here.
just never really noticed it.
It is going to be a short rehost, unfortunately. Apparently someone has just got stuck on the loading screen, so we can continue to scare at the loading screen, but I think I've got a really good idea. Let's go and watch the end of that video, because we started that in the break and we never actually finished it, so we'll resume from about halfway through and we'll catch up with you all when the game is back and ready.
They needed a caster, and I know Sua, and for example, he put a lot of word in because I was casting his the Meisterschaft, pure German tournament, and he was like putting my name forward so much, and that's kind of how it started. And then it honestly, I know the quality I deliver on the German cast this event compared to SI 2025 are two different pairs of shoes. Because like, first of all, I have quality games. Second of all, I have really well talent to work with, so they give feedback. They help me. They're like, hey, I've noticed this, you can do this better, or try this out. Of course, it's my decision, what I take on, but like, of course, like how I use my voice, what I say, it all comes together in that. And it's a huge job, and it's just like, it feels like an honor. And a lot of the times, until the event has passed, I don't realize I've just casted this.
Yeah.
Like, this is the second day of, so this is the 14th. On the 15th, I'll still not, but on the 16th and 17th, I'll be like sitting in my room like, holy sh.
Yeah, someone's lifted a hammer, you're on a flight home, and
I'm just gonna be like, hold on a second.
you've just done this.
No, it's honestly a great honor.
And obviously, in addition to official work as well, you're quite involved in a lot of community projects as well. Most recently, brand new Twitter account, right? The R6 Twitter account you're supposed to plug.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, you were talking to me and I just saw like, his lips are moving. And I just, yeah, no, I was
Should we try that again, shall we?
However you want. You can also leave the blue pen, it's great.
Let's just leave the blue, let's just keep going.
So, yeah, so, because like there's been so many like, there was for a long time, there was a downtime, nearly any barely events, so it was very easy to keep track of everything. But last year, 2025, there were so many, I lost track of everything. So I was like, okay, there's an R6 NA Path to Pro for the NA region, what all their tournaments are, and I was like, I like that. I like that there's like a platform that promotes all the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 stuff, and I was like, I want to do that for Europe. So R6 EU competition is my version of that, where I just post everything regarding tier 4, tier 3, tier 2. Nothing with tier 1, because obviously they have their own main thing. But all about these 3 like steps, I post on that one, because so casters, players, teams, but also like new people getting into Siege know where to go, especially like if I want to watch on a Wednesday, where do I go?
There's
like,
something on.
is there something in Europe right now going on, and they can just check it out.
Yeah, and it's a really good project for the community, because that's what's important here at the Invitational. And I think that's a great note to kind of end things on. For folks home, do go follow that account, because there's so much great content on there and a lot going on in Europe. And Di, best of luck with all the future casts, and cannot wait to see what you cook up in the new year.
Right, let's go. And just like that, we are right back in, right where we left off. 3-3, even split. Halves have changed. Ramagan go on to the attack. Lamaladi on the defense of the basement here on Clubhouse. It's tale as old as time, isn't it, Golu? But a new half, hopefully some new beginnings for these teams.
Be interesting to see. I think the most interesting thing so far is already bringing in the Pulse, looking for some play from underneath. There's playing Nitro Cells. A pre-placed one from Prime.
Yep.
You can see in the bottom left-hand corner there is a 0 next to that Nitro Cell. There's been no detonation. This is set on the floor, and I'm sure Aurel will be looking at that Nitro Cell with the scanner and letting them know when to set it go. You normally set a code word, be kaboom or kablowy or boom chakalaka or whatever takes your fancy. And when you hear that, you just send that detonation off and you get a free kill.
Makes it sound so simple. You make it sound really easy.
Oh,
it is, to be fair.
It's impossible to mess up, Trevi. There is no way it could go wrong.
There's no way. There's no mishandling of explosives in this lobby. We don't ever see that. No, never happens. Never goes wrong. Top floor clear. On towards where certainly the vertical prowess of the Buck will be at full display here. Mute Jabber taken out from the gym window will allow an exchange just to get the wall open to Jacuzzi, and they start to drone out these players that will be holding on the top floor and looking to do what Ramagang did on their holds.
Sacco already early into bathroom, picked up by the Pulse though, surely picked up by the Pulse. Yeah. Picked up by the Pulse and they're going to fall away. Recognizing they can't get aggressive here, they don't want to lose out any members to Sacco, so Pape Sacco just going to chill in bathroom for the time being. He's holding this cut off. I think he also has a laser sight in his gun, so that will give it away a little bit.
They're still going to swing him. They're still going to want to try and take this gunfight here. No, they're just going to be feeding off the information being provided by the Pulse there. There's just someone playing. You want to take that gunfight for sure, but Sacco has to be careful of the player up above because that is the one that can drop and down to cause the damage here. Lamaladi doing a very good job and a very intricate hold of a lot of the sort of western side of the map right now. Just how exactly can they get these players away? One's going to be spotted out by the Beehive there on towards the main staircase. They need to just get over the line, find this kill. Sacco going to be creeping up the staircase, catches him completely unaware. We'll find it. The C4 from Auro, well P-placed, will hit its mark. It's 4 for 4 in the final 60.
Uh-oh. Just dancing past the line of sight from bottom main, a drone coming through, a Banshee as well. So they have that indication of when you start walking down, makes it difficult to try and contest. Especially, look, there's no mirror to play off of, but you can still toss a Nitro over the top. A Pest catching out the drone again, denying as much information as possible, bouncing a grenade to try and clear out some space as you creep down this main staircase to get a look down towards the site.
Trying to find some feet, trying to spot something. You spot the prone player, you will shut him on down. Nado drop to the floor as well. Leaves it all up to Mafioso and General to hold the line. 20 seconds left to go. Ramagang barreling down the staircase, trying to apply the pressure. Really just try to seal the deal on this one. You've got the one inside of Moto here. While Mafioso will fight back, General with another makes it a 2 versus 2. Hold on, they got it down onto Pape. It's all down to Zelo to try and bring this round back. He's going to get one, but the clock's working against him. No choice now but to pick up the pace, going in blind, no information, and General will just sweep you up. Lamaladi will hold on through the execute and turn that round right around.
We're looking at a round which really should be going into the hands of the attack, right? They have that main stage control. They're pushing in from the kitchen hatch. They're ready to drop. Deimos in Moto, completely cutting up the defense apart, but he walks into a goo and keeps on going. He doesn't back up. He feels the pressure from the time that just doesn't need to be existing. Instead, doesn't get that scan off, doesn't get that free information onto General, who's lurking around by Black Box, playing on those head holes, looking in towards main stairs, turns around it for a quick double kill, and everything falls apart for Ramagang. Normality putting a round on the board where they really should have been up against the wall. That's a great start for them on this defensive half.
Can't ask much more than that. Nice, easy start to the half. Well, hard-fought start to the half, but you're going to get the round at the end of the day. You can brush it off, go on towards the next. Of course, you will be forced off of that basement now with that win up towards the top floor. Gym, bedroom, we will go. Lamality, I've got to see the fact that the Azami's on the board this go around. They're just going to be playing behind those keeper barricades, holding this extension. Ramagang know what their win con is. They need to just dislodge, and it needs, I think, this time, Golu, to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's a hard one to say because I don't think they were like overly slow.
No.
But just in case they couldn't quite find a way to put it together at the end, and then like, look, we've seen from we saw from Scam last game, right? They were very good at leaving it last minute and then playing controlled in those dying seconds. The control is what was missing there from Ramagang. They looked like they weren't ready for it to be that late in the round by the time they actually got to the push. And that's when things start to go wrong. The Deimos, rather than knowing, look, there's still 25 seconds, I can take out this Needle, the rest of our team will then push in. It then became, oh no, it's 20 seconds, I have to keep going forwards, I have to hold W here, and you lose out on the gunfight. And it's these situations which be a little bit more controlled, and I think Ramagan could have had that round very comfortably.
Well, it's only a round behind. That's the thing. You got that 3-3 split in the initial half of the game, so you've only got one round to really play catch up on here, and you won't beat yourself mentally, I hope, not too much for that one. You'll realise it was close, it was within the possibilities, so fingers crossed for yourselves going in towards this second round of the half. Now, it's just that slow and steady push across the top floor here, just continuing to go. Prime looking to get aggressive from inside of CCTV, as the players on Jacuzzi Wall, they will be struggling with this Bandit. Beautiful utility.
They shot out the EMP, they thought that would be enough. It really wasn't. And again, they haven't got that highway control because they're still fighting over cash. So without that control, you can't peel off these castle barricades. You can't start putting the line of sight onto Nardo. I think they're jumping the gun a little bit here, and it's built off the fact that this far side push isn't quick enough.
Not enough pressure being applied right now to this cash player. Look at this. Prime has a fortress built of himself here, constructed of keeper barricades. And while he will eventually leave the land on over, look at the clock, look at the time. He's burnt so much of this round. Now drops down below on towards stage. Can go for a late round flank if he wants to.
Yeah.
But that's not before General's able to claim the first of this round and shut down Zelo.
And then that's your Thermite overstaying his welcome. Walks forward when he really doesn't need to and loses his head in the process. Continuing to contest on this long angle. You do have hard breach charges for Saitsu on the Grim, so can use those over on that main breach if they want Jacuzzi, but General showing no signs of slowing down.
Not at all. Satsui will be able to find one back onto General. Unfortunately, he does slow down. He does take a seat, but he's done his job well. 4 versus 3. Advantage is going to be held by that defensive side. Now, a swinging from Pape will just be punished, and there's no back of it. There's no spine behind it. It's just a senseless push in towards the objective here. You've got to have one watching your backside because that logic control has not been gained by the attack inside here. You can see there Sid wants to just move on in, but can't do so because there's Surya Gates blocking the way. 2 of them, to be precise, will just be cut on down there on the long angle. And the Malady, a really good defensive round from them. I love it. What, the gun skin, that one?
Yeah, really nice.
It's nice, it's pretty.
Like Jade Dragon or something, I think it's called. It's one of the ones I didn't pick up from that. Yeah, I didn't pick
Check the
up.
store there. Are they not back? Because they're back in the store. I don't know if all
are
of
they?
them
Are they all back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of some of the New Year skins are back, yeah.
I got like 400,000 renowns. I need to spend it. I just don't buy anything. There's nothing to buy with renown. Give me something cool I can buy with renown.
What about more Black Ice colours?
Yeah, I mean, that'll be something. But they'll be in like packs, won't they? We won't be able to like just buy them, I reckon.
I don't know.
Give me a pink Black Ice. That sounds fire.
You are getting a pink Black Ice.
No, I know. The Rose or whatever it's called.
It does look pretty. I do like the look of it.
I'm a Plasma Pink Enjoyer, so it's that and like the 2019 Year of the Pig skin. That was really nice as well.
I miss the old major skins, like the old it was like street patterny type ones, like the Yongzhiping and Berlin ones. Those were slick. I liked those ones.
Honestly, I have 2 of those codes on my bedroom floor that I just haven't redeemed yet. I'm really bad at redeeming them. I feel like I just always forget to redeem them, and then they like expire. I found my Yonsping one. It expired like a year after I refound it.
Tragic.
Yeah.
I had my Berlin one. It lasted for like a good 3-4 years. I gave it to one of my friends for winning one of our uni tournaments because I had a spare one.
Nice.
I took my mum to Berlin with me, so she got a code. She's like, I don't play this game. I don't even know what this is, but I'll take it.
Nice. Yeah.
Gave it to my friend 4 years down the lines. It worked.
You can't just like collect them, right? Because they give them out every day. Like you normally get a couple at events, and that's why people do so many giveaways of them, right? So they just like stack up on them and have them to give away.
They gave one us every day while we were in Paris, didn't they? Just at the gate, here you go, have a code. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. I'll take it. Sure.
Yeah, I think I only got 2. So.
Did you?
I mean, if someone wants a spare one, hit me up.
You're gonna regret saying that. Your DMs are about to be.
That's fine. First person to ask for it gets it. Oh, Nitrocell flying out. Again, this pressure built up around the construction windows, getting the early pressure for the Melody. Ramagang, once again, I feel like it's a bit rough because I don't want to say they're just unable to get started, but it never looks tidy. With General hunting once more, Xylo here on that thermite. I feel bad for the bloke because he really has nowhere to go. A little homeless as he drops down onto construction, looking in towards the breach. There's still pressure inside of, well, I say pressure, it's a hidden lurker inside a master bedroom.
It's construction. You can start to build yourself something, spot out the punch hole. Fine, too. It's a 2v3 situation. Suddenly not disastrous, especially considering you've got the one behind here inside a bedroom who is on his own on an island. You can find him. You've now got yourself a 2 versus 2 Lemality. You now are in a difficult position for yourselves where it's gone from around that, yeah, they can't lose this. There's no way out. It's now very winnable for this attack because they've got a minute 15 and all the control.
You have a nitro cell, just, not a nitro, a grenade, yep. Shotgun this open, bounce it over the top. You can get rid of this bandit battery, play for the breach. Single panel open. General still looking through this window though, and that's what Sightsu's watching for. Any potential run out. It's a game of chicken for who gets more aggressive. Tucked in on radio, the last on red as well. So a crossfire established for the defense. Still nades and smokes to try and root them out of position. It rolls on, gets a lot of damage, but not enough to find a lethal blow. The smoke will obscure the vision if they want to try and isolate the bandit tight on the corner.
Find it. Get the one that they need to do. So now General springs in towards action, does a lot of damage on towards Xylo, but not enough to confirm the kill. Now has to try and deny this plant on going down, goes for the runaround, goes for the spray, but it's anticipated, it's read into, and the round is turned on its head right on the flip side there. Ramagang, what a play from them, because that one should have been lost. What was it, a 2v5?
2v5, a rags to riches for the Ramagang there to pull it together at the end. It's the second time in a row now, Travi, where this start has looked disjointed. It's looked messy. Early aggression from Lemality just completely catching them off guard, and it's built off this idea that they're not quite set with the utility for how to open up this defense. But the Thermite taken away now to pair with the triple hard breach ban. All you have left is Habana and the breaching charges that you can place down. Xylo, what a play to just get aggressive inside of construction, throws caution to the wind, and just goes for it. And then Sightsu follows that up by just pushing into master bedroom. They know that there's a lurker in there, and they just have to take the one. There's not enough time. There's still pressure coming in from construction. Everything falls to pieces for the defense. And it is all just so carefully put together, right? You've seen a complete 180 from Ramagang when put in that clutch situation. Xylo and Sightsu just locked the fuck in, right? Where they're just like, look, no messing around now. 2 versus 5, they get the bandit battery off the wall. They push open the main breach. They use the nade and the smoke to isolate red stairs, to force movement. They net the kill, they pressure out the bandit, and they play for the plant in that situation as well, knowing the bandit battery, the nitro cell has already been used by General in the round. That's no longer a consideration. He can't stop this plant unless he goes red. They watch for the red rotation. They get the job done. The Malady pulled apart by just the 2 clutch kings at the end.
Unparalleled quality in this game. That is by far the best round we have seen from any one or two, in that case, of these players. Really good duo play. Just I love it. I'd watched that round 1,000 times over the course of this evening, but we can't. We have to focus on where we are at now. Down to the basement. Lemality, they still do hold on to the lead. They were ahead by 1 round, 5-4 the scoreline sits, but equally then they need to start tightening this one up here. You need to start to look at how you can get this close out, because you've got this Scopos on the top floor. And my concern is, Golu, is they've struggled to clear this top floor with time. But what happens when you add someone who can get away from it once she's done her job? She can get away really easily.
Oh. Mozzie Pest catches the drone, immediately driving that bad boy away.
Thank you very much. My property now. Takes the drone. Disappears.
Still lurking inside a cache. Wants to go for the aggression. Ducks behind green box. So now looking at this top floor clear again, wants to push on in. I like NXJ using this Deimos just to scan him through. You get that guarantee and falls right back. Still one more. It's the Scopos on the top floor as well. But again, this is quite a safe operator. We talked about the ability to teleport away when you need to. Highway pressure coming through. But again, this is all pretty tidy for Ramagang this time around. They're able to get in the building. They're able to start getting that control. The Malady doing a good job of giving it, though. They're not overstaying their welcome.
Playing their pieces perfectly is the way I would describe it for Lemality. As you say, Golu, they're just giving it up when they need to, not really overextending themselves. And it's a slow and steady push from the Ramagang. They are getting there, but that's going to be the first one. That's going to be the opener that they really were looking for inside of this one. That's the Mozzie gone. Can't move any more of those drones. The Scopos, well, she teleports away right back down to the safety of the objective as the idle shell falls to the wayside, opening up dirt, opening up the possibilities now. Unless this pick goes the way of Lemality, they're in a very precarious situation, especially in now it's a 3v5.
Pulse spotting one outside and on bottom main. So that's a call that's going to come through to the rest of the team and know that they have to be a little bit more respectful of it. Reinforce some of this church walls with the scope post coming back down to site. Habana still playing for this breach downstairs, but Sacco just getting tight on this on the main stairs doorway. Can look down that corridor if they want to. The Legion above causing chaos around those. That's a fuser drop. The second inside a kitchen as they're trying to push him out from behind the counter.
And General's just going for it. He's just gunning them all down. He makes it the quad. Can he get the ace? He can! How does he get away with that one? Lemaladi just storming through it. My goodness gracious me. Ramagang, what the hell happened there? Match point now for the defense. Goodness golly, that was just lightning in a bottle.
Hey, we're taking clutch for clutch at this point in the game, right? General just on that roam. Again, he kind of got ignored. Right? He wasn't the focus. It was all built on this Mozzie, built over in the cash side of things. Falls down red, drops away. General just hangs around by bar, walks through, gets the kill onto the Habana. They're so focused on what's going down below, and it's because he's basically dodged the IQ, right? IQ goes down main stairs, he just slips in behind her, completely unnoticed. Really, really unfortunate for the side of Ramagang to lose from that position when, again, they had this pretty decent opening clear to them. Sucks to suck, I guess, but what can we say?
I mean, you're not wrong. That is the kind of round you just shouldn't be losing. Like, there is no way, no means.
Not like that,
no.
right? Like, the round can still be lost. You can still fail to get that XQ going down. There is still like a 5v4, so it's not like it's over for Lemaladi when that comes through.
Oh, yeah.
But it just ends it on the spot.
100%. That's just the end of it there. That's just like the final nail in the coffin. And you've got to consider momentum as well. They've just impossibly won the last few rounds. I'm flabbergasted, I'll be honest with you, Golu. I'm entirely lost for words with that one.
Again, it's going to be this clear from the other side of the map, right? They have both the striker... Oh. Early explosion, a misthrown grenade, I think, from site 2 there, thinking that his hard breach charge was on the other keybind.
It happens. It's hard when you're playing Striker because you're used to this secondary utility and it's now on the other button. I do it. We all do it. I think everyone's fallen privy to that once or twice in their life. Just, oh my. Return to the round at hand. Top floor clear coming in for the Ramagang now as they'll just look to try and stabilise, I think is going to be the best course of action for this round. Play it safe, just play it cautiously, play it default. And that's exactly what it looks like they're going to do.
And it all starts with this clearance top red. Again, this cash extension in. What I was worrying about last time, right, is we don't actually have to go into cash if we don't want to. Because they're reinforcing off, because they're playing very standoffish Lemaladi, they're not in server. You can play highway very safely so long as you keep one person just sort of lurking around to make sure no one can re-aggress onto your window. So you actually have all this space you can play on. Instead, getting to the top of red, starting to open up these side walls, that's going to force back the peel from Lemaladi. They're going to drop down below. Lobby door opened, but not able to catch the drop.
Not at all. They're just going to slip on away right back to the net of safety inside of the objective. And I love this from Prime. He's tucked in the corner. I think he has been spotted. I think NXJ does have the rough idea. He's there, but then here comes Nado, trying to apply the distraction, trying to get, hey guys, I'm over here, attention's on me, but having absolutely none of it. But Nado's there for the cleanup, gets poor. Prime away. Beautiful bit of team play. I love that there from the defense. And Lemaladi just, yet again, not letting Ramagang get any go on in this building.
It's also off the fact that you're dropping this nade at his feet and then not being aggressive. The whole point is you drop it and you walk forward. They pick the nade or they pick you with your gun. Gave them the opportunity to take secret option C, run away. Now want to push into logistics. Drone coming through again. You're following right on the tail of it, but they're holding their ground. Drop straight into the sightlines of the castle. Now you're bolting through. This isn't together. This isn't coordinated. And Nado back in position already for yet another frag. It's 2 versus 5. We're looking to close the deal here and now, both in construction. I say that as Site 2 immediately gets domed by a shotgun at point-blank range, Travi, and it all starts to look so grim for the IQ here as one gets caught on the vault. There's still 4 more.
She's down 1. Make it 3 more. Just like that. Pape is certainly fighting back, but 15 seconds. I'm not a betting man, Golu, but I think this would certainly be an opportunity where I'd put my odds on Lemaladi. Straight into his sight. Gets the 1, but finished off there with the glaive 12. A close out there from the side of Lemaladi. beautiful, beautiful close to that game now. I felt they really got a hold of themselves once we hit that defense. What good showing from them. 7-4 victory was a little bit scrappy, but you know what? Job's done. They're happy. They'll move on to the next step of the bracket.
Onwards and upwards. I think that there was some showings from Ramagang. I think Sacco on the lurks particularly was very potent. Zelo Clutch King seems to be just the case of it, but ultimately I think you have to say just the better team won, right? The Melody, they were more consistent, they were way more structured on the defensive end of things, and I think they actually knew how to attack, which sounds brutal, but the only attacking win that we saw from Ramagang was a 2 versus 5 clutch.
You can't rely on that. That's the big thing. You can't rely on a 2v5 happening time and time again. It happens once, great, celebrate it, take the momentum, bring it into a more default round, not rely on it to happen. Because like you say, Golu, it's just not going to repeat itself. As for history, it's a shame to see that one be the way Ramagan does certainly drop, but it will be unfortunate for them. However, they will now be going up against UAIM in the round of 32 here for today. We're steaming through these games here on EML, going through them pretty quickly, and just a quick flick through the bracket. Everyone's kind of, you know, going through the notions at the moment. There's some fun games going on here.
Yeah, I don't really look through the bracket, so
I'm just having a skim through. One thing that really interests me, and I quite like this, and I'm going to ask you on this, Golu. The team currently sitting at the top of the standings.
Europe Papa. Are they out already?
Papa. No. They're not out already. They just straight up haven't bothered to show today. They're just not here.
Oh, makes sense. If you know you're locked, right?
Yeah. They're not fussed about seeding, I don't think. Because obviously you will get a slightly favourable seeding if you're towards the top of the standings, but you're already likely to probably be, what, top 4, top 5 with 150 points? They're just not here today.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said. And also, like, we saw this team go through a couple of changes, right? They played each of the calls with 2 different people because they had to get Noodle in as a sub, and then I do wonder if you just, like, look, ultimately I think a lot of the players that are going to be lining up for Europe Papa are also players like that they get into that rotating 5th, also because they're looking at T1 and are they going to be available, are they going to be around? At some point you're like, cool, let's just let them go, do their thing, and we'll figure it out. We'll find stand-ins and we'll find ways to get by. So maybe that's just part of the puzzle where it's like, look, we don't need to play these games, we can work out stuff behind the scenes and figure ourselves out. Again, you also just give less away. The value of quals in terms of what gets streamed against you, it's hard to say, but why give something when you can give nothing, right?
Yeah, just don't give them anything. Now, we do have our next game. We're getting prepared for it. We're going to be getting ready for it. We're going to go back, watch a little more Team Secret Academy. We're not finished through with them just yet. They are going up against 69 Willatric, I believe is the team name they're going up against.
Sure.
Match 100 coming your way right after this short break. And our third game of the afternoon is just about getting ready to get itself started. This one, while you might not know the names of these teams, or one of them at least, we certainly know these rosters. Team Secret Academy, we've watched them plenty, but then on the other side, 69, Willatric, I'm just going to refer to them as 69, I think. This is the ex-NXT roster. So it's another French team with quite a bit of story behind them, and hopefully, Golu, another really fun game of Siege.
Yeah, it should be another good one. I'm looking forward to, well, the map that we've got. I think is quite an exciting one. And quite different from what we've seen from the rest of today. We're going to be playing on Consulate. So, a nice bit of variety. We've had Bank, Chalet, into Clubhouse, into this. It's all been very nice. Yeah. So I can't really complain. There was no Bank today. I'm like psyched with myself to think about last time. We nearly had a Bank. Bank was the other one in the last choice between Bank and Consulate. Chosen to go to Consulate. I think this is interesting to see. I've not really seen Secret Academy recently on Consulate, so I'm excited to see what they've got going for themselves. And again, this 69 roster not seen at all. So granted, doing the classic pinging back and forth in the lobby. It's a standard thing. Someone's got to do it. It feels like, you know, it's like an unwritten rule that you've got to mess around a little bit.
Yeah, you got to have a little bit of fun with it. I mean, these guys, I'll tell you now, Golu, they are good at Consulate. Most of this roster were in and amongst the lot that absolutely destroyed us at Rampage. They are very good at Consulate, 7-0. We got absolutely beaten and battered on it.
Well,
it's definitely them being good at Consulate and not nothing to do with us.
I was going to say, I don't know if that is a testament to their Consulate ability. But obviously, Genji were also a fan when they were under that banner, quite a few of these players, so it makes sense they would continue to like it, right? You don't change org and then suddenly go, actually, we suddenly suck at this map that we were historically quite good at. Not quite how it works. So that does make sense to me. It's just about I hadn't encountered myself recently. So I hope they can carry that form on. But I guess we'll see. I'm sure they will.
Should be fun. It should be a really little fun game of Siege here. I'm hoping for this one. Interestingly enough, Team Secret Academy chose to start out on the attack, so they're actually going to be the ones going to be going through on the attack. And now it's different.
No, I don't like that.
It?
Wait, hold on.
No, you don't like that. I was going to say it's Consulate attack.
No, I mean, here's the thing. I understand. I think it is decently winnable. I think you can get rounds on the board. My issue with like attack is I think defense is just easier. And in a qualifier, it's like, why would you want to put yourself in a spot where you're going to have a harder start to a game? I think you just sit on defense, you watch the attack make mistakes, you pick up a couple rounds, you play well, you pick up a couple rounds, and then you get to go into that second half with a buffer. Now, the flip side is you do get to sort of win the mental, in air quotes, if you get to have a really good start. If you come in on attack, no, there we go. Teams you come in are in fact their defense.
They just hit the wrong button on challenger mode, I think. That was the communication made. They were talking to each other in French, and I was trying to work it out, but no speak French.
Something about the page being incorrect, or click on the page. We figured out that they, in fact, meant to be starting on defense. This makes way more sense.
This sounds about right. As you say, play it safe, play it sturdy. Why risk things in a qualifier like this? It's BO1s, it's single elimination, especially for a side like Secret, who haven't had the impact they wanted to in the previous sets of games. They've got points on the table now for today. How many more can they build up is what we're going to ask of them. Loading into Consulate, it's another French demo derby, as we've had them so many times in the weekend prior, and we're not shying away from them here. In qualifier number 3, this one, if there's a game that I want to go the distance today, it's got to be this one. It's so got to be this one.
I think it'd be really cool. I mean, there's been a couple. I think the last matchup was also a French derby, right? So it's been fun seeing a couple of them come through and what's going on with that as we're about to jump into the game. There we go. Loading in. Consulate. I like Consulate a lot. I'm really praying we don't just see honestly more admin side approaches for this top floor. I don't want to just see swinging in the window and dying on repeat, so that would make me a little sad.
Do you not like an Amaru, Rush? Are you not an Amaru just full send and pray fan?
My problem with that ethos, I'll call it ethos to be polite, is that it sucks. And what often happens is teams use the idea of just rushing through this window as a sort of cover up for the fact that they don't know what they're doing. The bans are interesting, however. The Tachanka ban coming through here, I wonder if a Smoke or Goyo gets paired with it to really eat into time denial. Team Secret Academy, not the only team that like a Tachanka here on Consulate.
It's a popular
On the
pick.
top floor especially, where the options to plant are very limited in terms of the space that you're likely to be able to get. If you're looking at playing around these CEO windows and the yellow stair split, then you're looking to rappel in and plant. The Shamika launcher, very easy to bank from safety off the wall down into the default plant spot, and it's a very small area. The fire covers it completely. You get 50 seconds of coverage. That's a lot of denial, and that fire does a lot of damage. Likewise, on the other side of that top floor, you shoot in the Shamikas. You get to bounce them in either into small to try and stop the single wall push, or on that corner, coming in from small office where people like to plant, very easy to land them up there if you know how to play the Tachanka, if you know your lineups. So Tachanka, actually a very proficient operator on a couple sites here on Consulate. Probably the only map where you'd see the ban come through, but a ban I really like. Very heads up from 69.
Sorry, I've just got over the fact that he just said from 69. It's going to take me a second to adjust to that one and get the inner child out of me. That doesn't smirk every time we mention that team name. This is what you get for being stuck with me. I'm sorry in advance. Either way, down towards the basement. We will go. Excuse me?
It's like incredible, but in French. And like poorly in French.
I don't know. I don't speak French.
No, neither. I know incroyable, which is incredible. I know je suis un frog. I am a frog. And that kind of covers it. Un croissant. Un pain au chocolat. Sometimes, if you're feeling real fancy, you can say chocolatine.
This was on the last day of Paris. After you'd left us, I had to go to the bakery and pick up like pastries for everyone. The bakery that was near our B&B. Big hopping kill. Nice one, Linku. Back to the story. We had... Okay, there's more kills. Okay, fine, I'll cast some Siege. 2 quick kills for Team Secret. Responded back by 1 from Sagrada. Makes it a 4 versus 3 situation. Enough stories about pastries. We've got a game to go. A run out being prepped and primed there from outside of Visa, but it's not going to be committed to. Pingwing falls on back. Space over the top floor has been secured by the attack. Well, pretty much all the way.
Solis getting scanned out by Deimos, immediately dropping in the 3 versus 4. That's going to be your signal to fall back. Remember, this is a basement hold. So all this stuff going on the top floor, all of this extension coming in from Team Secret Academy is all built and designed to eat away at the clock. 69 will Trick now having to work their way into the middle floor still. And there you have Martu and Linku ready to move and pounce into action when they need to. The last 2 defenders downstairs in the basement. But let's be careful of Kixi, already at the bottom of Spiral, ready to make some real chaos if that goes undetected.
Could be huge there. Get in, get 1 or 2 picks, and you find yourself in an equal point or with an advantage. And I don't think Team Secret Academy are any the wiser that someone could be making an entry from that point in the map. Combine it with the presence up still on this first floor here. A direct approach could be the one to work. Second C4 to be burnt, nothing to be found off of the back of it. Instead, it's Linku finding Pingwing with 1 more. Kixi and Sagrana, all that remain. The latter of which taking a lot of fire here inside of Expo, and they're not letting them up off either of these guys just yet. They push towards the objective, trying to make happen what they can. Kixi's inside of security, but you've got such low HP. You've got players circling you. It's just a matter of time before one person, Marto, in this case, finishes the kill off. And Sagrada, I can't help but shake. He's just going to suffer a little bit of a similar fate here. Really no way out. You've got players down below, Tracers flying in front of his face. The definition of, I might be in danger. He knows where the Solace is, blinds them off with the fire extinguisher. Nice bit of the indestructible ingredients there. But 69, they're just going to pull on back and they're just going to sort of let Secret continue swinging them on this one.
Yeah, just looking for an exit frag maybe. Doesn't even get it. Marto runs you down instead. And again, it's just all that clock, right? They dip away, they hide on that middle floor, and you can try and invest time in clearing them out, right? You can use that Deimos if you want to, but then you'll then still have the site to do. And we saw what happened, right? The Deimos scanner comes through on the Solace. What do? Immediately run into basement. And now you have this weird dilemma. Okay, I've scanned 1 on the middle floor. They've fallen away. Is there someone else still here? Are there someone going away? If I go and hunt for someone else and this person still has scans of me, they're just giving callouts on where I am to their teammate who can then use that information effectively to hunt me down, right? Like, if he rescans the Solace, Solace dips into server, and you still have Martu running around inside of reception, just holding tight. Suddenly you get perfect information on a guy who's trying to hunt you down, and that guy has no clue who or where you are. It just seems like a bad trade-off, right? So really, really well done by Team Secret Academy and sort of baiting that focus and attention coming through and then stalling out that clock.
Up to the top floor now. Default site for most teams up here. Now, without that Tachanka, you are going to be seeing a bit more of a reliance on that smoke. In addition as well, we get the Mirror. She's crept on through the ban phase this time, and she's a very powerful operator here. And I'm looking at this attack, Golu. They've got a sense, and I always love seeing a sense on this top floor side. My favourite.
It is interesting to see, and often it does indicate that admin side take coming through, right? You want to come in and use the sense to cut off the lines of sight from admin or down the long corridor, coming out of the cafeteria. Well, having said that, early pressure over towards the CO window already opened up, so you've got to be a little careful, but just making it to the roof. I think it's a case of open that window, give yourself the option, move on. So Grana on this floor I think is also a very interesting pick, something that you see very commonly, but you're expecting some sort of hard utility, maybe things like deployable shields, or perhaps even just things like barbed wires, what they got from Asa, maybe a Banshee. Excellent trick coming in from Marto to keep the single panel closed, and that's going to be the indication that they're actually going to need to get some work done elsewhere. The Flores can start removing off utility, especially if you're looking over towards Spiral Staircase, moving in towards Long Desk as well. You jump on the desk itself, blow that up. You now have access to actually comfortably swing and contest in towards where this Warden Fino is currently sat. The rest of this admin clear should be pretty straightforward for them. They have the buck underneath who can clear out this space and start marching their way through. I say that as I believe that is on a vertical angle.
Yeah.
Deadshot just looking down through the ground, cuts away the buck. So that's gone. Marto now very safe to continue playing this breach.
They had a buck playing underneath. Had.
Had,
Past tense.
yeah.
And now they're going to have to try and apply pressure through this checker's position without the pressure underneath on the defenders there. It's going to give them a lot more freedom to move around, get aggressive just like that. Marto will find one short traded back, but still the advantage is going to be held by 60 Secret for a little while there. But an equalizer found by Penguin, a second from Sagrana, flips the balance on its head of this one. Linku and Fino left to pick up the pieces here. Former of which, chasing things around here, yellow-sided, but the players have dipped away. It's a very split approach right now. Fino can't quite see through. Going to throw the C4 into the darkness, into the blindness. Not to connect at all, but the site control has been established now by 69. You've got a player in that default plant position inside of meeting. You've got Penguin there, and I don't know if Secret Academy are quite aware they've made an ingress that far in. They certainly are now. Linku swings around, makes it a 2v2 situation. Players on the side of Secret Academy, they're both quite low. Certainly winnable here for this attack inside. 40 seconds now to try and get this done.
Taking away, health bars looking very similar. 30 seconds. The walls go up to try and give them that cover, but Warden just catches down the straight. You make it a quick trade, 1-for-1. One bullet will finish either of the remaining two members, Linku versus Oxy D.
Surely you favour the guy with the SMG in this situation. Just a sheer fire rate on that thing is going to make a lot of the pain go, especially the fact that Oxide has to just push on up, and I don't think he's fully aware of where Linku is hiding. But Linku, on the other hand, has the information. A nice shot on there through the soft wall. Team Secret Academy will chain their defences together. A closer round, certainly, than the one previously there. 69 doing a good job to bring it to that point, but just ultimately, I think, struggling with how much Secret were really just moving around. And we now complete the rotation trifecta. Going to Expo Piano here for the tertiary. Secret Academy looking to get a 3-0 lead.
You can push it just a little bit further, right? You can get to that end point. It suddenly looks very good. Complete that first rotation. You can see why they wanted this defensive end of things, why they wanted to clarify, yeah, this is actually a little bit of a mistake coming through. You do need that to be somewhat under wraps. Looking down, again, Piano, there is a debate, I guess, about whether you want to go for the split site instead, but I think generally it is this Piano that's stronger. You get to basically hold the top floor. You can see this extension coming through from Team Secret. They've got the mirror once again that they're using to control down Joel Womago on the single panel, looking into theater. The single reinforcement will be closed off once again, and it's about not going as far as admin, but half holding it, right? You see the same thing on things like Cafe, where you're holding reading, and you go up to Cocktail Balcony instead, and you're not holding all the way into Piano necessarily, but you still want to have some presence over by Stock and force them to come down long bar into you. Very similar principles here.
I moved to our round number 3 attack. A lot of significance on flank watch from the side of 69 this time around. Both the Gridlock and the Nomad can be playing quite a similar role inside of this one. Sure, it does mean you lack the Deimos. It lacks that other kind of you can force them out aspect. But if they come behind you, well, you've got some utility in your back pocket to deny them. We're going to start things out over towards the admin side where a C4 from Deadshot, who's been pretty quiet so far, will finally find Penguin. An early advantage goes the way of defense. God.
Nitrous L coming out to try and slow things down again, but not enough. It enables the mute to slip away. So again, a forward hold went a little bit further than I was maybe expecting, but I do like to see that, again, it's not a hard commit. It's get a kill, burn some utility, back away. You can see Marto going for a run, supported up by Linku. 4 players all up above. You can see the importance of holding on to it. And it's because they know they can leave one on site. If the attack go quick and go on in, there's verticality established to go there. Stuns himself as he swings around the corner. Again, the defense not giving up any space.
Tight shotgun angle being held right here by Marto. RAU projector's going to go on in, but I don't think that's going to be enough to shake him there. So you're going to need Arian here from the backstab, from Checker's side, to really just try and apply some pressure on towards these players. But Secret are not giving up any space here. 2 quick kills coming their direction. Leaves it all up to Sagrana and Oxheed. He can throw a track stinger in, the latter of which just takes so much damage, falls to the ground. Sagrana gets one, denies the flawless round. Frag grenade to cover the retreat. But ultimately, in this situation, well, you got 4 players gunning for your head right now. Try and isolate the engagement. You do have time, in theory, but I think we've had enough shenanigans for today, Golu. I think we've had enough crazy clutches. This ain't going to be one of them.
No, and it's why teams really don't like attacking onto Consulate. How congested and dense these corridors are, right? Lots of tight 90 little turns. You get to hold tight with shotguns. You get to build up on utility. You have things like the FNATs that make it very difficult to walk up and approach these doorways and these corridors because you're going to get nearsighted. You're going to get swung. You're going to lose out that gunfight. Really, really difficult for the attack to make a breakthrough, and Team Secret Academy stomping their domination here early in to the game. The Blitz ban paired off with a mirror. Again, we didn't see too much coming in terms of shield gameplay in this game, but I think it's one of those options where you're starting to look with your back to the wall. What do we try and do? How do we try and shake things up? Maybe a blitz is just a good way to get that early tempo. It's the initial opening that they're struggling with. So it's almost like working backwards from Team Secret Academy. They're thinking, what's going wrong for our opponent? How would we fix this mistake? What can we try and take away from them? And it looks like both teams here on a very similar wavelength, with Orion already picking up this Monty. So recognizing they want something going forwards, you ban away the more aggressive option, Monty. Yes, you get that full shield. It's definitely safer. But without that stun, the kill threat that he himself puts forward is much less, and it relies on the rest of the team working around this Monty. And that is something you can exploit, and the team of the caliber of Team Secret Academy, they'll definitely be able to figure out a way in which they can get behind this Monty, hit him from the sides, or challenge the teammates behind. Don't let him be powerful.
They played Montaigne themselves. These guys love shields. We've seen that from them all qualified. Like, if anyone in this whole bracket is going to know how to fight shields, it's probably going to be the team that are #1 in terms of using and getting the most out of them. An early spawn peek from Deadshot will pay off, shuts down Penguin. And also, while we were yapping, 69, they've backed off from the shield. So all of that pressure you can create, I thought you could do it with the Monte, you could do it with the Deimos. You backed off one of the options and you've just lost the other. Oh dear.
Again, it's about this top floor clearance. I can see why they didn't want the Monty if they know they have to go up above, but it's still difficult when they're holding these tight corners. No one down on the staircase, but tight around on Zulu. It's that mute lurking with a shotgun. If you drop, you just get blown right up.
Oh, almost. Oh no! Misses the shots on the shotgun. Sagrada with the knife. Oxide with a second. And Secret Academy, where the hell have you guys gone? Dead, under the water it would seem there. 69 just turning the mid-round around here and really recovering from what was an incredibly shaky start. They've been able to make some rights on happen. They've taken down the Solace, and the amount of information she could have provided would have really made a difference in the late round here, but now you're going to have to try and do without.
Kixie looking to try and open this hatch. It is kited off. You can put it on the soft ground next to it, but with the Zoto ready, it shouldn't be too difficult for the defense to freeze it up, locate it, and try and get rid of that charge before it does too much damage in opening up the floor. Still all 3, maybe a rotation to Garage later in the round on the cards. A minute 30 to play with, so plenty going on. Deadshot gets one looking up through Vert. It's still not that Thermite. Diffuser coming down Spiral Staircase as the last 2 rejoining with Kixie. wanting to assert their dominance on this middle floor, rotating now down to Garage instead, but can't get the breach open with both the Kaid and the Zoto up, so just has to go down yellow corridor.
No choice but to just charge on in the old-fashioned way. Now, straight on through the doorway. The thing is, you do not want to do that, because not only will you be facing up things like Vulcan canisters, it's 3 DMRs effectively watching that angle. Short of them with shotguns, they're DMRs. They've got ACOGs, they count. You do not want to be swinging that. You need to get something gone from this vertical.
But still waiting with these Zotos. And again, if you throw them at the ceiling, you'll see those footsteps. That's potentially an opportunity. Freeze up this wall. 46 seconds on the clock. Is Deadshot able to rotate the Kaid Claw? If he can get it down onto the ground to try and deal with it, that would be massive. Breaching charge placed down. When this goes away, you'll blow it up. That will help potentially deny the next freeze coming through. No, they're giving over the breach. Still 2 Nitro Cells in pocket, 25 seconds left. It's going to be a mad dash in to try and get this plant down. With everyone focused on this front side, there's currently no backstab from Spiral.
C4 goes. First one misses its mark here. 15-second queue to be made here. If you're 69, you need to push in right now, but you're just pushing into your demise. 2 quick kills coming in. Kixie outside of the building, trying to find anything, trying to get something going. It's none other than Deadshot, who has just had an absolute steamroll of around there. I think it's safe to say phenomenal individual prowess as Secret Academy just continue to woo through this game without missing a beat. Golu 4-0.
And they've also left the diffuser on the wrong person, Travi.
Yeah.
It should not be on the Ash in that situation. Look, at the very least, it should probably be on Thermite on the breach, because walking in through yellow door is such a death sentence. You saw what happened the moment Nomad tried to walk on through. As you can see in the replay here, just immediately they get double shot, collated by the TCSG. Because, again, it's one doorway and you can just watch it with the slug shotgun. It's going to be brutal to try and break. Hiding the Solace here is an interesting thing, but... Look, the breach is much bigger. Yes, the Nitro Cells are going to come in towards you. That's something you have to be aware of. But if you can like double stack or even single stack, hold pressure from yellow, have maybe a flank down Spiral just to try and pull something off, even just watching verticality, right? That's what the Ash was doing, but then realized they had diffuser and they had to move on. It's just unfortunate way that it pans out is that you can't deal with it.
Now we head round number 5 here. This is the point of no return in rounds, if you ask me. If 69 can't get this one across the board here, if they start to strut, if they go 5-0 down, that eats into the point of where they're not going to be coming out of this half in a good position at all. 4-2 split is the best they can achieve here, but that requires them getting that one done across the line here. We've seen this set up from them before. They send the buck in below, sense to cover the long angles there. They've played this game before, whereas Deep Secret Academy, their operating lineup, it's fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and it's keeping the attack from being able to really find any mark of consistency.
Back to admin. This slow start, popping up the windows and getting things in. Deadshot holding an aggressive stance. A Nitro Cell flying out, not landing a kill, but brings both of them low. Penguin counting his lucky charms that he's still alive.
And it will be Linku as well, caught off by the edge of Ade, where he's so close. Deadshot's double dip and he's swinging in. They really just do not want to let 69 have anything inside of this round here. Drop the player, Arion on the window, repel. Low HP being contested. And I don't think they're aware of how close Deadshot is. No, they're certainly not. Straight into his line of sight, sent straight back out of the building. It's going disastrously for 69 right now. And Deadshot, he's holding this angle. He does not give a damn. He's not done yet. Finding more, looking for more, but look at this. We're not even in the building now. Half the round still to play for. Disaster start to the attack.
Noses one on this rappel. Peek the head down, gets shot in the shoulder, shot in the knee, backs away at 1 HP. Still alive. Still holding this presence. Again, this is what becomes dangerous, right? Yes, you're injured, but you're alive. And now the defense has to, the attack, has to figure out what do we do from here. They haven't found that pick. They haven't found that opening. They're still stuck outside the building looking to try and make their way in. Is it yellow that's going to be the angle? Barbed wire still built up. So it's going to be plenty of awareness coming in for the attack here, especially if you start to try and swing on in. No one tight on your Zulu, but a toxic bait being thrown. Again, it's all about eating that clock. There's 55 seconds left. Plenty of util on the defense. Flooding back the site. Diffuser down inside of admin as well. So eventually you have to carve across this whole top floor if yellow's your starting point.
There's so much to do and so little time to try and do it. Kixie just charging through the barbed wire, happy to tank the damage because, like you say, the clock is working against you. You know there's one inside of vending, but you're cautious of the swing out. You pre-fire Fino. Great reads there from Kixie. If you can find this one as well, it suddenly becomes a 2v2 with Oxide supporting. It's a winnable round here for 69 in this position, but they need to get it over the line here, now, and fast. ROU Projector's going to cover up the push across from Yellow, putting a lot of pressure here on Kixie to find success, but he's not going to be able to do so. Asa with the shotgun finds his third, all down to Oxide here. It was a hope, a glimmer of ray, a beam of sunshine for 69, but unfortunate to be, not bright enough. Team Secret Academy will continue their flawless streak through this one, 5-0 in the half so far.
Yeah, it's been just a walk in the park. I mean, some of these rounds have been close, right? They've been pushed to the limit, coming back from a 3 versus 5 and trying to get it close to clutching it up. But unfortunately, right, it's almost like the opposite approach there. You drop the ROU, you think that gives you the cross safety, and they basically just go like, cool, I can't see this way, let me turn around and shoot your teammate.
Yeah.
You want to be trying to push in at the same time, trying to split attention, maybe catch someone out that way. Instead, it gives the defense everything they need to just go like, cool, I'll deal with you, mate, first. Again, a really good job by Secret Academy, right? It's this early aggression, this Nitro Cell that comes through, brings the Nomad to 1 HP and causes that tension, right? Aggressively jumping into admin, meeting them right at the door. They go for the rappel, get caught off guard. It's this non-stop. Never give them a point of breathing room. And it's really working out for them. 69 Electric really struggling to get their mark made in this game. And I mean, you're looking across the board, they've got some kills going for them, right? They've been able to have some close rounds, but what, only once have they had the opening pick? And even then, it was met back quickly afterwards, so it wasn't even clean.
Continuing with the spawn peaks as well, Secret Academy, and I do like the confidence. I mean, why wouldn't you be confident right now? Why wouldn't you just keep going for these typically outlandish plays? You're 5-0 up, so what? You go 5-1 down at the half? Boo-hoo, I suppose is the answer there. Yeah. Who cares? Linku going to be the one to try it and contest this admin push inside this time. He is on his own. Fenu not too far behind to play support. And they're just using these air jabs. They're scared, Golu. You can feel the tension and feel the fear on this attack.
Again, it's just sitting patiently here for the defense. Contest these windows. Don't get caught off too early. Shoot out these drones as they come through. We did see Kixie on rappel on the side window. They've air jabbed off the small office, but a Nitro Cell detonated underneath. I think that's a pre-placed on one of the swing-ins. That takes down Oxide. First pick already going in favor of Team Secret. They're off to the races.
Here we go. That's just the catalyst. That's just the start that they needed. Sure, you have sort of forced them away from that admin side, but yet again, at what cost? You've lost a player already because of it, and now you're looking to fight for even more. Sagrana here on the staircase knows there's one towards his left, but also knows there's plenty more ahead of him. Elsewhere, though, it should be the attention focus. Deadshot able to find one. Will be traded back on through. 4v3 situation, but it's fine. You can continue to play this trade game here. An opportunity from Sagrana passed on by. That could have been what they needed, but now they've just given the game on up.
Able to slip back into sight, and Linku repositioning these FNATs all above the doors. The moment you swing on through, you try and use the smoke as cover, you're going to get caught on out. Able to deal with one at the main stairs, but immediately shot from Soda, as it's going to be a quick double. Penguin last alive. Finished off by Fino on a swing on out. Again, you're 4-1 up, 5-0 up in round count. You're feeling confident, you're feeling cocky. Why not have a swing?
Have a swing, have a go. Have yourself a flawless half. One round is all they need to get this one over the line. And we know Secret Academy's attacks. They're good, they're great, they're excellent. Back off the shield on the Montaigne. Really great pressure, really great time management. We've seen it from them already. Even if it takes us getting all the way to a tertiary or two, it's very hard to see a world where we see the comeback coming on through.
On the bright side, let's break after this game, I guess, right? They'll have a bit of downtime. Yeah. Sit back and sort of have a think about things.
Can watch watch more episodes of the interviews from Paris. You know, there's nice things to do. Touch some grass, maybe make a coffee, cup of tea.
Yeah, a cup of tea always goes quite nicely. I'm a tea enjoyer. Are you a milk with your tea?
I'm a milk and 2 sugars kind of guy with my tea. I'm a milk and 2 sugars. I like the full package.
How do you do two? Is it like 2 teaspoons?
2 teaspoons. I like quite a sweet tea.
Teaspoons.
Yeah, depends. Depends how I'm feeling. It's inconsistent.
I had a lot of tea in the pool. A lot of tea in the pool, and it was very sweet tea. It was like black but very sweet. It's really interesting. That's kind of what got me into tea. Lots of sweet tea. But then I moved into more of a milk vibe. I kind of got into tea because I wanted hot chocolates at uni, but I was like, I didn't want to pay for all the milk, so I just swapped to tea. And then I kind of got addicted to tea. When I was trying to give up Coke at one point, that was what I swapped it for. I just swapped Coke for tea.
I'd just like to add Coca-Cola.
Yeah. No, I'd never swap the other Coke.
Oh dear, sorry. Who doesn't love tea? Are you a green tea person or just like plain like black like English sort of tea?
I normally just go English tea. Yorkshire Gold is kind of my go-to. I don't mind a green tea. I think it's fine, but green tea with milk's not great.
No, it's not.
You kind of just need to drink a green tea. I think some of these flavored teas can be really nice though. Yeah, I'm normally just an English tea. I'd like to try like some more like bougie teas.
Oh yeah, that's
like maybe like a jasmine tea, or like an oolong or something like this. Like
tea advent calendars where you get like all the different teas, like 24 days leading up to Christmas.
Yeah, I might try that this year. That sounds like a good laugh. I do love a cup of tea. I normally go through. The problem is I normally like binge tea. So if I make one cup of tea, I'll go for like 5 or 6 in like 2 hours. So I just keep going back for more.
You don't
You
stop.
need to pee a lot as well.
It does. That's why I tend to not drink it on like cast days because it just makes me need to pee all the time.
No, I always drink it on a cast day.
Oh,
I'm a tea fiend.
Arian. That's a lovely pick. It's a start. It's something to begin with. Their first pick gone the direction of this defense, and looking at the lineup here, Golu, they've got the Echo, which is one we've yet to see.
I do like Echo a lot, and Doka be Cool's coming through. It's going to turn those cams off for a little second. You can see the big difference, right? Your Echo and your Smoke immediately turning those off. Everyone else who's on the more of the outward positions of the hold, they have to let those ring all the way through because you never know when you're going to get pushed. Also, you need to get those hard supports back on their cams when possible. Fino, a lovely angle drawn from Printer through the site rotation inside of Cafe, and that's immediately everyone swinging into admin. You can see a very different style of approach, right? They want to go for admin, but it's all built off get that pick, everyone swings in, everyone pushes forward at the same time. You're ready for any sort of re-aggression. Jumping the drone over the wire to try and blow those up from the other side. The advantage of the Rotero drone as opposed to other pieces of utility, that shuts down that Denari maze of wires that are coming through.
It's just time. It's just wasting. It's so annoying
just
to clear
long.
all of that. Kills going back and forth now. 3v3. 50 seconds left on the clock here. Fino pushing him through bathroom, and I'm not entirely sure 69 are fully aware of it. He's completely sneaking on through the crack here. And the thing is, with that logic bomb just going, he knows there's one to his right here. Going to get a freebie on towards the Echo. Poor old Oxide. He's cornered inside a catering. Not long for this world. Team Secret Academy blitz on through. 7-0. Dominance like we rarely see. Well, we've seen at least. We've not really seen much games go that way so far. Secret, they're just going to move on to the next bit of the bracket. Nice and simple.
Yeah. Over before it really begun, that last game, unfortunately. Yeah. And, I mean, again, it's the chaos coming in that last round. Fino just jumps in the window and sneaks in, right? Finds that Echo, who's trying to get on cameras, try and find a way to disrupt with the yokai, but not enough. I love the little bit of alert play coming through. Really, really good job by Team Secret Academy. And again, it's one of these difficult things with maps, right? Like, you look at it and you go like, okay, you could play things like your borders, like your chalets. These maps that are more aggressive. But there's always the fear of these top teams. They have good gun skill. Are they gonna outfrag you? You could go to things like your clubhouses, like your cafes, your more standard maps, a little bit more slower paced maps. They're very well known. They're very fundamentals based. Can you match the fundamentals? Then you think, okay, well, let's try something like a lair or a fortress or a consulate. One of these more built-up maps. Teams really have to know it well. It's newer. Maybe they haven't drilled it. Guess what? The teams that have drilled it, they're going to be your top teams. They're going to be the teams that know that it can come out in a qual, and they can really use the fact that they have that knowledge gap to try and take advantage. Look, Team Secret Academy, I think no matter what way you pair it, they have a very diverse map pool that they like to play, and
they do.
That's where these quals, it becomes super valuable. You can kind of pick and choose what angle you want to approach on a game-to-game basis.
No rest for the Wicked either. We thought we'd have a long break after that one, but our next game is actually getting ready already, so I'm not going to keep you for too much longer, folks. We've got Order of the Shields, Team Secret Academy coming right up after this little break.
So it's like pretty normal. I want to try fat.
Apologies for the extended delay on that one, folks. Taking a little while longer than intended, but I assure you it was all for good reason. IRL things exist, IRL things happen, and therefore, as a result, well, we just needed to take a bit of a pause, but we're getting into this one. We're getting ready for the game to go our hands. What will be the final one here on our stream today? It's Order of the Shield going up against none other than Team Secret Academy. Former roster, you know him, it's Rawa, Dynamite, Mengo, Kuba and Shift going up against the French powerhouses. Team Secret Academy found themselves so much more success this weekend, bringing in Deadshot, a lot of firepower, a lot of aggression he's brought to the team, a newfound sense of confidence. And now on their strongest map, many would argue, we're going back to Bank. We're going to be seeing whether Secret Academy can continue to build up their points or whether this one ends here for them. It's their toughest game yet, and it's a banger one here to what will be to close out our afternoon. Of course, the rest of the games will be continuing on afterwards, so don't hesitate, don't worry. We're not like going to leave you empty-handed. We'll put you in the capable hands of one of our other streamers. But enough about that. Let's dive in towards Bank. So we know Secret Academy are phenomenal on Bank. It plays onto their shields, plays onto their takes, and the good news is I don't have to try and pretend I know what the hell I'm talking about. Golu, please help.
I think Bank would be a really good one, right? We saw Team Secret Academy here the other day, immediate ban coming through, taking out that Monty. I think that's a really big tool to have here on Bank. Again, you're just looking at being able to build up that pressure, right? You're looking at top floor, that spiral take is such a classic to go for. Even just walking in square, lots of flexibility for this operator. And you know, if we think back to our last game we just witnessed, right? We saw an absolute demolition over on
Oh, yeah.
a lot of this was built off of playing around those tight corners and having tools like the Monty that you can cut around, really going to help. They ban off the Ying, that's paired at the same time as the Ward, and that's one of those really unfortunate situations where you're going, okay, the Glass still gain some value, maybe something like a Capitao. Again, you can drop down those smokes and know that you are cutting off that vision, but the Ying's the really big one that you want to make a lot of chaos with. They'll be happy to get the rest of what they got, though. Immediately, I'm liking the lineup coming out from the defense, right? They're not bringing the Cade, obviously that's been taken away already. But having Pheno on the Tuberam, that's going to let you buy time on those hatches, if nothing else. Already going up to stock as well and reinforcing off the main one. So there's going to be a slight extension up onto this middle floor. Again, you want to eat away at the timer, and it's something that Team Secret Academy are so proficient at. They are great at buying out time, shooting out drones, taking these initial gunfights and falling away when it gets just a little bit too hot in the kitchen. Make sure you keep alive and keep that clock ticking down as much as you can. And on Bank, where you have then tools like the Toxic Babes from the smoke, you have the Nitro Cells, 3 going across the side of this defense. That's plenty of tools to try and disrupt this plan.
So much in terms of how do you do it. Looking at this attack, though, I love this lineup. It's a little bit, I think, unorthodox is what I'm going to use to describe it. Doubling down on the Russian operators, Diffuse and the Glaz, supported off by Lion and the Thatcher Nomad as well. It's an interesting combo, but I do like the Fuse. Like you said, Golu, there's so much utility downstairs in the basement. The Fuse, cluster charges, they're perfect for dealing with that kind of stuff. And we're in server. Very quick. That was fast.
Hey, I like it, right? You just push in, take that space. You got the shield. You can kind of scope things out for yourself. Again, it's interesting to see what they're going to do with this Fuse. You shoot that in through the main breach wall into server, but again, it's dealing with this top floor first. A couple shots from Marto, but they've reinforced off the stock hatch. So again, it is peeling away and dropping down to that next layer of defense that you have set up for yourself, but feeling like there's not enough going on to really justify it yet. When you have that support coming in from Archives, it's Deadshot, able to get the first kill. The breach has been popped on open, the shield backing in.
What is
so while things going off elsewhere, they're just going to try and stick a plant.
They've just decided to sod the roam, ignore it all, just go straight down for a plant. Instead, stick it on down on the ground. Secret Academy having to panic, having to scramble, none the wiser. Fino finds one with a C4, charging through the smoke, unaware he's run right past the shield. Defense down to a 2v2 situation now. Deadshot does find one to level it out, but it's going to be difficult. Baits the C4, trying to push out these blue players. Spots one, How faced up with them both in a 1v2 situation, able to get it, gets them both. Deadshot with the quad kill, and the round recovery for Secret Academy with plenty of time left on the clock as well. Oh, I hope the rest of the game is just like that one. What a way to send us back into the server. Oh.
Insane. Utterly insane with how he pulls that one off. The aggression onto the flank. I mean, I really love the read from Oots, right? Where they go, look, okay, we're in the situation where we can push in, we can go for this plant. They're so distracted with dealing with our pressure upstairs. The Nomad goes down, you lose that pressure on top square though, and that immediately means when that flank comes through, look at the collapse coming in from Team Secret Academy. They have this flank coming through, and yes, you've got a second player on that staircase, but you lose the gunfight to Deadshot, and he's not afraid of the shield. You know, it's not a blitz that can be hyper-aggressive and in your face. It is the Fuse. It is the weakest of all the shield operators in terms of having that ability to stand in a 1 versus 1. There's no stun, there's no extension. You just have to hit that melee, and the moment it gets knocked to the side, he doesn't focus on the shield itself, he focuses on players behind it. I love that attention to detail, where you know they're going to be behind you. If you start shooting at the Fuse, you're dead to the teammate behind it. Deal with that support, you can deal with the Fuse once again afterwards. That's two really nice little lineups to get rid of it, to get back in, to get that defuse. Team Secret Academy caught off guard by that initial push in, but the recovery was phenomenal.
Deadshot doing Deadshot things. I mean, there's a reason you wanted him on this roster. You said earlier, Golu, it's about that firepower. It's about how much damage he can do. He's proved your point there, I think, a little bit. Just a little bit of damage, just a little tinsy bit of it. And it's going to give Secret Academy a nice, easy round. Well, it was hard for them, but it's a good one for them. Now back up to the top floor. We're going to go a fairly default lineup here for the top floor, relying on these layers of the defense. Mirror, Azami, Castle, all these kind of constructor roles that are really going to just add layers to this defense, like a nice little onion.
Love a Shrek reference. Shrek 1, very revolutionary film.
It was good.
Well, it was just revolutionary. It was the first, like, big animated movie to use lots of like partnered music and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Very interesting in what it did for animation at the time as well. It was a interesting.
Good times.
By the way, the Rotero drone's coming through, removing up that early utility.
Ooh.
Just scanning for any potential gadgets you can. But again, it's just this slow start once more. Peeking through. Nothing found just yet, though, as the defense able to fall back. Deadshot taking a lot of damage in that exchange. You know, looking at this pressure on the windows outside, Travi, starting to put a little bit of shots in. With this opening onto the main breach, then Square starting to fall into control of the attackers. They're looking pretty set up to try and execute. It's now just getting that opening pick to start working their way in.
How do they find this first one? This little catalyst, that's going to be the one to start, dude. They're going to hop on through towards Square, now start to place the hard breach charge. Dynamite right on the cover, ready to deny it on through and push through around go. I love this here from the side of Order of They're just taking the pace. Nice and slow, nice and steady, not giving away Secret anything.
And again, still looking below. Minute on the clock. It's not a buck, right? The IQ is an interesting one to have underneath. It's not like you've got an Echo you're hunting down. So just looking for any potential openings, or maybe Roman's going underneath with a Nitro cell that would try and disrupt this play. The mirror window still established inside a Janitor is a real big pinch point, though. You have the smoke and the fire, so that'll be shot in towards this mirror to try and deal with it, force you out of Janitor. The flashbangs come through as well. Let's see what they can push in from.
Marto right in the definition in the face of danger there, but he will stay standing. He will go through. Ramos straight in the middle of the site with no cover, nothing to hide him, no less. He's going to try and stick a plant down, but 2 quick kills from Team Secret Academy put that idea to rest fairly quickly. 25 seconds now left on the clock here for the remaining members of the Order to try and scramble something together. Unaware of the one playing behind the flag, it's Link who comes alive, gets the first. They're going to spot the other one there from outside the mirror window, swings on out, will lose the gunfight, but immediately there, you've got the teamwork, you've got the support, you've got the numbers, you've got the trade. Kuba can try and do what he can. He gets one, no more bullets in the magazine. Secret Academy, what more can you say?
It's unfortunate. It was a nice setup, I think, coming in. I like the idea from Rara as well, right? It looks like it's maybe a bit of a rogue play. Planting in the middle of the open, why are you doing that? Well, it's all about prediction coming in from your opponents, right? Team Secret Academy, they know the default plant positions. They know where it's likely to be. When you smoke off those mirror windows, you suddenly obscure a lot of this vision, and you're hoping that your teammates in the repels outside can cover the walk-in through lounge. So hopefully, that theater door isn't going to be able to be used to shoot into you in the middle of the site. So you're planting in a spot where no nitro cell is going to get thrown. The Toxic Babes aren't going to land in this position. You just need that coverage coming in from meeting. And it was a small gap that Deadshot's able to find just to land that kill. And if that doesn't happen, you saw no nitro cell went off nearby. Mirrors went flying way too deep. The Toxic Babes not in the right spot to deny it. Otherwise, it's a perfect spot apart from one slight gap. And Deadshot just happened to be in the right spot at the right time to disrupt the round.
Mid-floor site, we're going to go to open area. We're seeing the normal kind of a list of operators, list of culprits, the Azami, the Goyo, all of that. Looking at the attack inside though, Order of the Shield playing around this Glaz, continuing to want to rely on these smokes, trying to obscure a plant down. Now, I don't know about you, Golu, but I feel like Team Secret, they're just anticipating it right now.
They've certainly had a good read on what's going on. I think in both of these rounds, though, you have to look at this. Order of the Shield, very good at setting up the execute or putting a plant down. The response from Team Secret Academy has just been immaculate both times. So I've really enjoyed this matchup as a back and forth between how does an execute work, how do you counter it. And we're looking at another round where, again, there's this utility being set up and deployed early on. There's Army trying to get a peek from stock, but it's still built up. Shots going both ways. Nothing lands on its mark. Kiba should go down pretty swiftly, but you can see Linku just crawling his way deeper into stock. Again, wants to reestablish this control. Pressure from behind, but it's Shift going down first of all. He's just caught off guard. His army pops her head up for a split second, has to duck down, knowing that Mengu's still applying that pressure.
And she just uses her Kiba barricades to slip away outside of stock in towards the hallway, continuing to hold a similar position, not quite the original one intended though. Hopping in from Rawa, he's cornered in a block, will have to try and fight his way out of there. They fought their way through the Azami though, have taken down that presence above, prompting a drop down from Secret Academy now, giving Rawa and the rest of the team that bit of breathing room to sort of apply that vertical game, apply that bit of control. Now, halfway through the round, all eyes are going to start to focus on recovering that kit and getting down to the site itself.
Putting pressure in from this side repel as well. So as the defense just start to fall back, you get to see Order of the Shield look for their plant. It looks like they're going for a square approach currently, although with the hard breach coming in towards stock now, they give themselves that cubicle option too.
Always in. It's always better than just limiting yourself to a handful. 75 seconds now. Order of the Shield debating on how exactly they want to send and drop this one. Obviously, a lot of the initial plan would have beckoned on the back of that Glaz, but instead they're just going to continue to take these fights all around the map. And you can see it. Fenno, he's all the way out in front desk. He's back upstairs, looking to try and throw some disarray into the ranks here of Order of the Shield. All he needs to do is find this one pick, but no, he's read into. Shut down by Mengu. Really good read there from Order of the Shield.
Yeah, they had the drones watching Spiral, so the flank comes through, and you can see already 3 people just immediately move to it. Now looking for this square wall into Kitchen too, but decide that they're actually going to save the Selma instead, not going to send it down, even though it would create that extra bit of distraction and give them the backstab opportunity. Prepping for this drop, standing up on the table to increase the speed at which they go, but now Toxic Babes are flying out, and this makes this almost a death sentence. Mengu can't go down.
There's no way in for this one. You have to consider alternate opportunities, and it's a shame because you've got a perfect window at the moment. There's only one player left on the site itself there. It's just Asa, but instead it's Team Secret Academy going for a bit of a vertical retake. They know exactly what's about to befall upon them, but the drop shot fails. Mengo on the triple. They're sticking a defuse on down. Are they able to find the space? Because it's just down to Asa. He's going to try and charge across, but can't quite get there in time. One with the pistol, but no more than that. Order of the Shield will force it on through. Off the back of a very successful plant there. Do like to see it. And unfortunately for Secret Academy, just not enough.
Really good job setting up above, right? That initial clear, a little slow, a little methodical, but they get everything they needed to. They found the opening pick, they cleared out Link on the Azami, they started sweeping, they're getting the vertical established for themselves with the shotgun in the pocket, you know, the secondary shotgun for the striker of Mengo. And once that's going on, you just start to see this peel away from the defense. They're getting a little bit of pressure around square. They force off the smoke to start using these toxic babes. Yes, it's late in the round, but by dropping that hatch into open down into the basement, you clear out that pressure. You make an extra angle that you no longer have to worry about when you go for this drop down cubicle. You also then know that they're going to start backing up on longer angles. That's what the Kaid's supposed to do. But by holding outside on printer window and having opened up that wall outside printer early on in the round, again, that's Mengo with that shotgun prepping for the late round. You know that they can't walk up because this crossfire that you can establish onto the Kaid is too much to worry about. That gives you that safe drop. It's all done with this consideration for what's going to be likely later in the round. You see them even debating with the ace, like, do we just start opening up a bit of this square wall? They decide against it in the end because they realize it's going to take a little bit of time. We're not actually going to have the bodies to be able to commit to holding it. Really, really good job by Order of the Shield in terms of lining up what they need to be ready for their execute. And that's 3 rounds in a row where we've seen them play very objective focused. And it's the first time that they've been able to sort of stump Team Secret Academy when it comes to them clearing out afterwards.
The rotation continues all the way back down to the basement as the reset of the quarter. Capital and a Clash Band coming on in. Order of the Shield, they look like, at least operator lineup-wise, they're going to be going for the same kind of shenanigans again. Want to play that plant, want to play that sort of style, execute, focus, objective-heavy siege. What do they do around it to change things this time? Because the last time it really didn't work for them. A lot of that, granted, was just Deadshot going crazy, but you cannot let be things like that. I suppose that's one way of doing it. You just kill Deadshot. Deadshot can't pop off if Deadshot is dead.
Things, again, you have this fuse. He's been able to make his way in towards small office. Again, on the shield, I believe. So, nice to see. Hatch open inside of open area. Again, this is one of those things where you buy out times, what Team Secret Academy have been so good at doing. But with that early pick on the Deadshot, not letting him escape to safety, it opens up a lot of opportunity. Now you're forcing the lift back as well, just by sending a smoke. They're coming up main to try and support, though. So that will be the next attention for Shift.
It will indeed be. Trying to just see if they can get something going. And Marto's going all the way through, convinced on this retake, straight up towards the top floor.
Goyo.
With a Goyo as well. They really want to commit to this, but you should be worrying about the site itself. Mengo able to shut down Fenu, and suddenly I think if Order of the Shield recognise that, hold on a minute, there's no one at home, they're just going to charge straight into Asa, but the flank strikes just in time, shuts down Rawa, will be traded back on Frudo. It's a difficult situation for Order of the Shield. They've still got 90 seconds to play for, and now a fully fortified site to go against.
Able to drop back down into Vault, though, so that shuts down the push. You can see them stacking up on that main stairs, thinking, look, Goyo's up above, we can drop down, but because the Vault hatch has been given over, that has been opened up by the attack, that drops the Goyo back down, they can anchor up this basement, and there's still plenty of time for Order of the Shield to take a restock of things going on. They're pulling out their drones again, there's still a minute 10 on the clock, they have hatches open, they have the ability to push down into server if they want to. Now that they're opening the main site hatch, that forces Asa out into a slightly less comfortable position, still 2 toxic babes to go, and some Goyo canisters if they want to pop some fire to shut down the service push.
In towards the default plant position, they're opening things up, getting ready, primed for it. They've got the shield as well, which will provide them so much utility in the later part of this round here. Asa now can start to burn through those toxic babes. You will get just enough time, but a massive go from Mengu will be shut on down. Leaves it all down to Linku. Now 1 versus 2, 30 seconds on the clock. No more toxic babes to stall things out here. Can't pop that Vulcan canister when it's in your back pocket. Gets up nice and close to the chassis here. Trying to go for an aggressive play, but he knows the game. He knows the jig's up. Has to be careful. Forced out by the shield. Straight into the line of sight of the Deimos there. A good bit of play to leverage your teammate in a 2v1. And a smooth close on out as the scoreline, it ties up.
Really solid performance there, again, from Order of the Shield. The adjustment on the fly, recognizing how many people are up above, dropping down, getting that information, it's followed, and stabilizing. You'd see so many teams that would get so convinced that we've begun rushing, we should keep going. No, no, no. They're very happy to reconsider things, and it's that calm approach to attacking the site as a whole that served them so well across these last 4 rounds. 4 rounds now. They've looked for a plant in every single one. They've been either getting it down or gotten it down each time. Very objective focus, very strong fundamentals. I'm actually really enjoying the way that they're attacking, even if it hasn't fully rewarded them so far. 2 attacking round wins on Bank, that's an excellent start. You're happy to keep things even. You look at these last 2 now, and you can definitely make a couple of adjustments. I wonder how much is going to be leaned into this window, like, smoke plant players once again as well. A slight adjustment in the defensive setup here from Team Secret Academy, where they're shifting one of those reinforcements inside a garage, inside a janitor, no longer hard against the wall, given the 2 in the middle instead. So a slightly different approach, but you still got the Glaz, you still got the Kali. These ways of dealing with information from the smokes to cover things up and challenge through the thermals. Again, that Warden ban coming back into play for Order of the Shield and really leaning into this execute-heavy style that they've been displaying.
It's such a fun game of Siege to watch. I'm really enjoying just the kind of back and forth, as you're saying, between these two sides. This really button head of playstyle. And I actually cannot wait to see what happens when we end up on the flip side on the other half. But that's a couple of rounds away. The 3 DMRs, the sniper rifle lineup of Order of the Shield, has to go through the regular notions. They're going to just start to apply some pressure through these windows, open up things towards ATMs, just give them options, explore how they might want to try and challenge this one, because you know what they've got in mind. It's not that kill game. It's just going to be getting that diffuser on the floor.
Hunting now. Again, trying to remove some of these castle barricades, open up the extended lines of sight. If you can, get these mirror windows cracked as well with the lance off of the Kali, but instead just dropping in the smokes. They have the shield for Rawa this time on the Osa, who works his way into a corner. Careful for the Nitro Cell that's going to come flying through. Met with the EMP, it lands perfectly and sticks through the smoke.
No, he doesn't have enough time. Oh, that's unfortunate. A stroke of genius will be punished there from beyond the grave. Asa will be able to shut down Rawa, and with it, Order of the Shield are left at a bit of a standstill, all out on the window, all utility expended, scratching their heads. Okay, boys, how do we salvage this one? How do we come back into this? Because that is the big question for them right now. They've tried their plant attempt. It's failed for them. We need to give something else a go.
They've used all 4 of the smokes, Kali and Glaz popping their entire payload at the same time to get the Rawa on the Osa into that position. Now have to go into square instead, looking for another approach underneath perhaps. What are they looking for here? Is there anything set up or someone hidden in the corner? Do you try and provide some cover fire while you jump on through? 50 seconds left on the clock and they're still stocked, square, unattended, unattacked, because they thought it would all work on this one window. Now you just have to send balls to the walls and start taking gunfights.
Scrappy is the only way through here for Order of the Shield, for Secret Academy. They've got the positions, they've got the man count and the utility as well. Still a C4. They just need to hold the line. Linku deepening down his boots here inside of stock. Prone behind the desk. The logic bomb's going to go on through. Stands up off the back of the flashbang. Will eventually retreat on away. 20 seconds. That clock is ticking. And they just need to keep on pushing. Order of the Shield cannot afford to slow down. They cannot afford to put a pause in this. They just need to swing on in and get all the kills. Tried to go for dead shot, unable to find the kill. C4 from Feno puts us into a 2v4 shift, scrambling across the corridor, gets absolutely nothing. Kuba from outside on the window, unfortunately, he's not going to get a look in no more. Secret Academy, it just all catalysted. It was that domino. Asa denies the plant, and the tower just crumbles from there.
The EMP, the Nitro Cell, and the Toxic Babe was thrown out immediately afterwards. Like, there was zero hesitation. The moment that cooldown's set, you know you're good to go, and just send out a Toxic Babe, and it's literally a second. It's a hundredth of a second difference in there. If that plant goes down, but you die, that's so winnable. That's so good to play out from the post plant. You have pressure inside of the lobby as well, so you're protecting your window repel players from there too. It's all lined up to be a success for Order of the Shield. A hundredth of a second, and it completely flips the round on its head.
It's just those tight margins. This game is shaping up to be a banger here. Really is starting to just get the blood pumping and want this one. It's such a fun style of Siege. And I'm sad we only get one more round of it, because it's been really fun to watch. It's really different as well. I feel like we don't get enough teams in this kind of a level just going for those kind of plant-oriented plays. It's really fun to watch. Secret Academy, I'm looking at this lineup, but I'm trying to figure out here, Golu, what's the Oryx going to add to things?
I mean, it's just to play on the roam, right? I think the big part of this is that you want to have a lot of pressure on the map. And if you know, first of all, you can move very quickly, right? If you're expecting shields coming through, it's a way to deal with that. We've seen the fuse shield be brought a couple times, obviously, and there is a blitz for shift this time, so it's a tool for that as well. But also, if we think about the flanks coming through, right? We saw before they tried to creep up Spiral Staircase and retake space up there, but it was watched by a drone. Now you have the hatches as well. So if you start being able to climb up the lift particularly, it's a really dangerous flank angle to catch the attack off guard if they're not ready for it.
We'll see what happens as this roam clear ensues on through. You got to head your way towards the open area. Head your way to the default sort of tertiary bomb site here. A nice early shot from Mengu will shut down Linku with the good night to follow in chat. There's blood in the water. There's blood in the water with this game. These two teams do like to get a bit yappy with each other, get a bit mouthy, and it's always fun to see. Oh. Finu. Tootsie Toes, he's got to run. He's been spotted out. He's still alive. Oh no, Deadshot, the first casualty. Unfortunately, nothing to do with guns, just the internet, maybe not standing up to the pressure. 3v5.
Pressure coming in for the top floor now. The phone call to try and make that space. Again, it's the site players are all getting called. It's because everyone has now made their way down below. The Shield continues to try and carve out some space. Martha setting off a Toxic Babe early again, just to try and buy a little pocket of safety net as the attack are starting to close on through. Mango going for a late rotation though. Kubas, be careful, is low HP, but again, you're in a more supportive role in the glass on this site. You're just a cover fire for the rest of the team.
It's just something to distract, something to try and take away from the main attention point. That's going to be this blitz. Shift on a solo mission, dodges the ball. Ole! Goes right past him, shuts down Fenu. 2v5 situation now, making even worse there by another pick from Mengu. Poor old Asa has to try and pick up the pieces here. He'll spot the one inside of the office, gets a nice freebie through the wall courtesy of the Tracers, but Shift puts the shield away, brings up the pistol. Puts a couple in your head, just like that. Really good close out to the half there from Order of the Shield as they'll be moving out of things 3-3. I like that a lot from them. It's a really good half to watch. And just while we sort of go through the bands, I just want to say, what a fun breed of Siege that was.
A really solid half, right? Like, lots of fundamental play, lots of play around objectives. I really enjoyed seeing just that back and forth between the two, and I think it'll be interesting to see what this second half brings now, right? Team Secret Academy moving on to the attack. Order the Shield, very fundamental, very methodical. How does that pan out when you get to play on the defense, when you have tools like the smokes? Does the mirror get banned out from you? You're taking away the Azami, that's for stock on the top floor. Again, a team that I would not be surprised if Sin would have leaned into something like a Jaeger or a Wamai to try and shore up that position and make it really hard to break for the attack. Second ban comes through for both of these teams. And there's our Miragon Capitao as well, taken away from Team Secret Academy. One of those shields is that Monty. Again, it is the most potent here on Bank because of the long corridors you have to traverse, because of the ability to pull out lots of angles. Being fully extended makes it very secure. But immediately Marto hovering that blitz would not surprise me to see it get stuck.
Nope. You're going to want to just stick on that blitz, stick on that shield. Look to try and cause some chaos here inside of the basement. Now, Order of the Shield, their lineup, it's traps, 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 fire, more traps. And a bit of cold in there as well, courtesy of the Tuberal. It's all about time. It's all about punishing Secret Academy for being sloppy. You want to whittle down the clock, and then when they rush on in at 15 seconds, Capcan, EDD, go boom. It's a pretty simple strategy, and I do like it.
Definitely something that can work. If you put some in the small office as well, that's one that often goes unchecked or forgotten about. Not high prior. Once you've cleared out that top floor, you're like, oh, well, I'll just pre-fire the desk because I swing in the corner. Oh, I've been blown sky high by a Capcan. I think Shift definitely leaning into sort of the rattiness of that operator. It's always nice to see what they choose to do. But yeah, that blitz has been stuck down. It is this basement. And, you know, we saw before a big extension from Team Secret Academy. They wanted to hold on to the entire map. They wanted to really contest as much as possible.
Oh, yeah.
We do have a couple people inside an open area on this extension. Shift up on the top floor as that sort of early presence, but Deadshot already lurking through. Has to be careful not to run into too much danger early on.
It's that trade-off of quick pace. You can go fast all you like, but you've got to be careful to not let that speed kind of mean things go unchecked. Applying some vertical pressure now from inside of stock here, this attack. You're going to be met with some resistance elsewhere on the main stairs. It's all about how can you dislodge these open area players. You've got a Mango, you've got Shift just holding on for dear life here, trying to do what little they can. Dynamite thinks about getting aggressive, put Red right into by Linku, supported by the shield as well. You can push, you see the player prone behind the desk. Unfortunately, he can't escape quick enough. It's a 3v5 as first floor control established.
Tried to rat in the corner and under the desk, and well, immediately just gets run into because they've approached from your left instead of your right. And so they just walk around the corner and see you immediately. Fino takes down Kuba, that's the Chanka, that's garage pressure down by main stairs, gone. So another angle to now be careful of as Mengu just reshaping a little bit of this map. Has a Razor Balloon ready. That's a pretty spicy way to put it under the hatch. You drop down, it sets off the trigger, you land and get blown up. Not going to be lethal though. Does give you that bleed stagger, so you can't sprint and disrupt you, but sees one at the staircase, doesn't quite catch them behind the banister, and it's Fino who comes out on top. This is a stomp of a round from Team Secret Academy so far. 5 versus 1. The death mark failed because of the cold.
Yep. It's a little chilly. Deathmark ain't going to work. Mengu going to go for a wrap position all the way back inside a server. Now you do have a DMR, perfect weapon for this, kind of a long angle, but the issue is you've got 5. It's not a 1v2, it's not a 1v1. You've got 5 of them to deal with, and they know exactly where you are. Secret Academy. Linku's speechless. I don't think there's much more to really add on side of that one there, Golo. I think it was just a very quick, very clean round there from that attack, and a really, really good pacing throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, really consistent push coming in from Team Secret Academy. And again, it's just that aggression coming through. They have this idea of let's hide a Capcan, let's try and be a little bit cheeky on this extension. Mengu drops off early, tries to get back down to site. And again, you have your Capcan just caught out. Every sort of bit of bait they tried to set up for Team Secret Academy to take, they danced around it instead and just collected kills as they stormed through the rest of this map. And you can see a big difference in terms of timing as well, right? What happens when Team Secret Academy, they're putting players all the way across the top floor, shift, very soft roam, right? He's on the top floor, he hears Deadshot running around, he's just going to drop that hatch and fall back to safety. It's go back to the next layer. You're not actually engaging in anything. So you don't eat that clock. You give that extra bit of freedom over to Team Secret Academy, they get a lot more space to play off of. And I mean, this time around, they're running back the basement, but already putting utility up on this top floor. It's a big shift up in how much space they want to hold on to. Putting Vulcans upstairs as well just adds this ability to say, like, yeah, we are going to actually hold and fight you a lot earlier. And I think this is a really nice adjustment. Don't give them that space. Meet them at the entry.
Give them that little bit of entry. Give them that little bit of space, and we can see what they can do for themselves. Final round, yeah, what word am I speaking on? Round number 8. Now, as we just give it yet another go of things here. Secret Academy, they're just going to try much of the same, I think, for them. It worked last time. Why would you change things up? Order the shield. Their operator lineup looks similar, just slightly different, with some smoke in there.
Yeah, Vulcan on the door as well. So again, that's you open that generator door, you're going to get fire, you're going to be burned out for 20 seconds. You're not going to push through it because it just feels like a bit of a waste. So more tools being used to try and burn out this clock. But again, Mengu the only one inside of open area. It's not an aggressive hold, considering they've reinforced off these Teller's walls as well. You do have shift inside of elevators, so he can drop back down into the basement and lend a little bit of support. But again, it's falling off pretty early. This is 1 minute in, and we're kind of clearing everyone out. Mengu dropping 2. This is really good pacing for Team Secret Academy. And again, it's basically just sending a blitz to deal with it all.
Yeah, again, you just see that shield, and then they just decide to go, and run away. Hide. Yep. Don't want to play the shield. It's working. It's so simple of a solution, but surely you play a side like Secret Academy and you expect that from them. You ban the Montaigne, you're going to get the Blitz. You ban the Blitz, you get a Blackbeard. They do like these shields. They never back away from them. Marto charging down yellow now, completely blinded out Rawa. Not going to capitalise upon it there. Instead, looking to continue to play the position. Baits out the Razor Bloom. Instead, gets damaged by his own trap. But it's not stopping Marto from just edging away at things here. He wants this kill. He wants to find it. And now he's going to go swinging for it. We'll claim it. First one goes the way of Secret Academy, as they now should be able to get themselves into the server.
Doesn't even need the flash to secure the kill. And again, when it's a shotgun, it's so much safer to ADS with the shield. It still blocks the majority of your body frame. So now looking into server, you have the Maverick who can open a hole if you want to go for that default plant spot. They have the hatches open above as well with Grimbees ready to come down. Still a call for the Dokkaebi as well as 3 scans to the Daemon. So plenty of tools to rely information back into the attack when they go for this execute. And they're watching their flank from main stairs too. But it looks like a late rotation from this blitz, leading to Volt instead wants to drop down behind in the background of the attack while Asa goes for the plant. It's not a shield leading the way, it's a shield leading the backstab.
And they're not aware of it in the slightest at all. Dynamite will get one back the other direction, but with the blitz sent on in, he catches the Volt player completely off guard. Sleep at the wheel, unaware. But Order of the Shield, they're not going down yet. They're fighting back. The LMG of the Tachanka raining down fire from both the Shamika and the launcher, but no, it's the Razor Bloom. It denies that plant down from Maasa. Marto's going to fall to the wayside as well. Deadshot's in a 1v3, trying to scramble what he can. He just can't get anything done. A phenomenal late round there from the side of Order of the Shield. And for Secret Academy, one that I think they'll be leaving as a bit of a head scratcher.
They weren't ready for the Tachanka. Something we saw banned away in our last map comes to be their undoing here on Bang, because it's just stood in the back of lockers, shooting shots in. And yes, you'd get into Vault, you take that space as the blitz, and it does not matter in the slightest, Travi, because guess what? I'm happy to let you have that space down the middle. You can hold Red Corridor. We're contesting you from Garage, which you can't stop, and we're shooting the fire from all the way at the back. And if you want to come down to Vault, I still got Shift covering my back, covering that Vault entrance doorway towards the window. There's nothing you can do to disrupt this Tachanka, and he just does his job. Kuba coming in perfectly to stop that round. The attack can't push him for a plant. There's nowhere safe to do it. They have to go further and further and further and into the sight lines of the rest of the defense. It all lines up perfectly for Order of the Shield as they mastermind that round.
Genius bit of strategy in there, and now they find themselves yet again on that kind of equal footing point. I feel like this game can see just continuing to barrel towards it. It's this really nice, interesting back and forth between these two sides. I'm really enjoying it. Now, round number 9, on towards this top floor here, we're seeing the presence of the Maestro. I do like the Order of Shield are playing these kind of more plant denial operators when we saw their attacks be so plant focused. It's nice to see that kind of dynamic on both ends.
Shoot out the early cams and going to play on these repels. It's the classic for the Habanas, right? You want to open up the long corridor, you start to apply a little bit of pressure down, you make it very difficult to sit in. They do have Shift on that Bandit, so the double wall at the end of the corridor by the lifts, colloquially known as Kanto, after the player, will get opened eventually if they can deal with it. A Brava drone trying to hack out these evil eyes, but they can open them up and start shooting out the drones instead. So you're already down, I think both of those clutch drones are gone.
I think so, and Smokes as well going to be taken out there. Luckily, you have Rotero, so you've got a plan B. Sure, you can't hack him and take him for yourself, but at least you can make sure your opponent isn't going to be able to get any value out of them either, and that's exactly the job of these Flores drones. They're just going to be chipping away at things, just opening more possibilities up there. You see the square wall nice and open. Nice sideline in towards the building there, as the first pick's going to be found. Fino shuts down Kuba. DMR outside, coming out on top.
The wall's still closed off because they haven't got the EMPs or anything to throw in. You can maybe try and bank a grenade from Deadshot, but he's currently outside on that long rappel. Very difficult to bank a nade in that far away. So for the time being, you can see all these defenders stacking up down the corridor because there's no real threat to them. Deadshot finally running through, as the rest of the team seem to be falling anyway, as they're just taking shots from outside. Bit of pressure into towards square, but narrowly misses it. Gets aggressive Dynamite instead and finds one pick back. Deadshot's nade about to come through lobby. This might be the start for Fino to start the roll-up as they're walking up Spiral.
Shift's getting ready to try and contest this Spiral walk up, but Deadshot, he's just ready for it. He just isn't really too fuffed. All down to Dynamite now, 1v4, trying to pick up the pieces. He's got one from behind on the staircase, long corridor as well. Secret Academy, just capitulate there on that top floor. Really lovely stuff there from them, just sort of dissecting that defense apart bit by bit by bit. And it gets them the job over the line. We're at the quarterway point now, so we get another ban in. And honestly, is there a single focal point? You probably could ban the Blitz, sure, but then you just have a Blackbeard.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's hard to really, like, value craft or, like, evaluate, right? Because on one hand, like, it does just get replaced with a Blackbeard, but they do function differently. Like, you can't be quite as aggressive with the Blackbeard as you can with the Blitz, because you don't have that stun, right? You don't have that way to get the kill. However, then on the flip side, you also have an AR.
Oh, yeah.
And a very lethal AR in the Scar as well. So it's always hard to say. They're going to bring the Blackbeard anyway, so sometimes it doesn't even matter. And I think taking away the Grim is a really good shout for them here. It's something that we've seen Team Secret Academy use quite well. They use it well in the basement, even though they end up losing that round. And it is just like, you shoot in these hives, you get 5 of them as well, which is crazy. You just shoot them everywhere, and now any movement from the defense that's going to get caught up. You put it in the rotations, very hard to react to the plays coming through. And you're looking at something like that last round, it's because they got isolated by each other. Something like a Grim enables that so much, where you just don't let people move.
Where do we go from here? Secret Academy now up towards the top floor attack yet again. Gonna have me doing the same answer. And you see it, they're actually going, oh my god, I might need to sit down for this one. They don't have a shield. Ugh. They're not bringing a shield. They're changing things up. Instead, it's ordering a shield with a shield.
I love a bit of clash coming in. And I think especially when you lose the Azami, right, it's an extra tool that can really help you hold onto stock and playing around the corner outside. This time around, Maestro not ready for it. The immediate clutch drone getting rewarded with not one, but two of these Evil Eyes inside of sight. You take away a magnet as well, perhaps. No, I think that got saved, but you could shoot this off with a charge if you want to, just making sure it's all clear to go ahead and do that. Well, that's defensive utility that Rawa's going to be sorely missing when it comes to it. You get a little bit of sightline into CEO as well, and you can start peppering in shots with these DMRs, resculpting a bit of the land. Fino not yet on that external repel, but I'm sure he'll be on it soon enough to try and lend some support and limit this movement once again from Kuba, who's been more cautious of it. Because he's Shift here, standing on the clash. Very hard to move him in this spot, right? He just wanders around. He's a moving Kiba barricade, effectively.
He does his thing. He just does his thing, and he does it perfectly here. And running around the building, now here comes Fino. So it always looks so goofy, this third-person run. I really love it, but it does just look really goofy.
Very
At the same
Attack on
time.
Titan-esque.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Like Attack on Titan. Also some really good free cam work from Lucky as well there. And that one, just a little pan over the map. Chef's kiss. Beautiful stuff. Meanwhile, Secret Academy, though, it's a bit of a slower attack. We're halfway through the round right now, and we're still just kind of poking and prodding for things, how we want to exactly get the job done. We've got a lot of utility early on, but we need to see them do something with it. Linku, going to be the first one to drop grenades in towards the objective. Here comes the EE1D, and a push on through for the attack will make its way. It's not going well to start off with. 3v4 situation favouring the defense right now. Shift taking quite a bit of damage as well. You've got to be careful here. As a bit of breathing space emerges as Marto goes for a rotate.
Looking outside, peeking in. Wants to try and find them inside of Trump, but again, a minute left on the clock. The CEO player ain't peeking out nowhere. Still got this shield wandering around as well, and this makes it so difficult to find that entryway in. Diffuser still down. If you can recover, but 45 seconds, it's much harder to walk up Spiral when you got this shield staring you down, and Shift doing a great job of repositioning to meet the attack wherever they want to come, picking up that shield in case it was a frag, but it just smokes. Again, doesn't really do anything.
No, he's not bothered. He's just going to chill. Happy days, happy to sit there and just use the zap or the shield there, slowing anyone down. You'll hear their screams as they push on through. Marto does try to go for a swing around the side of the shield, but yeah, it's read into like a bit of a book here. Deadshot trying to make do with what he can, but he's in a 1v4 situation here. It's not going to happen. Order of the shield, guarantee us all 12 rounds out of this one. 5-5, Golu. This one really does not want to let up. This game, I just can feel an overtime cooking.
It's been a back and forth banger. It feels like an overtime is the only deserving outcome for this game, at least for us to view it. Both of these teams want to close this out in the next two coming through, but what are we going to see? Back down to the basement. I think that last round, you know, it's a bit unfortunate. You get that early intel, but just start losing out the frags, and it's almost a reverse of the last time, right? They open up the angles and just started picking off defenders. This time it's the attackers that go down in the exchanges, and you can see how much impact that has, the late round staying power of that clash as well, to try and slow down any potential aggression. Really, really unfortunate to see. This time, it's a very similar setup coming through. In fact, I think it's the exact same lineup for the defense. They figured, hey, look, everything went kind of well. The Capcan didn't work out for us. We swapped that out for the smoke instead, and now everything feels pretty smooth. Again, it's another tool that's going to be very good at having a little bit of extra denial for this execute that comes through. Marto grabbing that blitz once again. So the attack and defense feeling things went pretty good. It was kind of that last end of round exchange that really was the difference maker. And so the big difference here is the addition of Deadshot on that sense. How do they get value out of those IOUs to try and cut off lines of sight in the site? I mean, especially coming in from these hatches, right? You're looking at drawing one down red corridor, makes it much more difficult for the Tachanka to identify where the plant's going down. So the shots become a little bit more random. You can definitely hide a plant in more obscure positions, kind of like what we saw Rawa trying to do before when they were when Order of the Shield were attacking that top floor, right? Plant in the middle of the site where they're not expecting utility to end up. You can try and sneak it down.
It's the
Same
biggest
idea.
shortcoming of those Shamika launchers. They're just tiny. They're really, really good if you can concentrate them, but they're just tiny. It's why we see Chanka on maps like Consulate, where it's a bit smaller, it's a bit more claustrophobic. Here on Bankdome, there's a lot of open spaces, so you got to make sure those things are landing their mark perfectly. Deadshot already trying to provide some aggression here, supported by the Blitz on towards this player on blue. Going to pop the Vulcan canister, so at least give them a couple of minutes just to back on away. But with the hatch being opened up, his retreat down in towards the site is looking a little hot, looking a little worrisome here. Really good pacing from Secret Academy. They've got first floor control, and they're dipping towards the basement from Link, who finds Shift, and he's just going to dip right away, and you could have asked for a better person to kill.
Still looking through. Push coming down into server as well now. Just double checking the back of it to make sure it's safe. We've seen Mengu playing there before, obviously in that 1 versus 4 situation. This time, not quite as aggressively stanced. Mavericking open these hatches, trying to avoid any funny business. Got to be careful of potential nitro cell, I guess, coming in from Mengu, but with pressure inside the server, it's much harder to commit to. You can still see him underneath the hatch, wondering if there's an angle, but with a couple shots coming in, that's the support from Deimos that they need to just lock things up. The Zoto thrown out, because it does make the blowtorch a little bit more temperamental, as well as walking away from it, but not the end of the world. They'll still be able to back off. Thino, still holding your flank. Garage control, not something they're going to be dealing with this round, not something to concern themselves with, but plenty of pressure coming in now. They want to rotate Asa to open up this main breach if possible. Some Toxic Babes coming through and plenty of Vulcans, plenty of Shamikas to bounce. How's Deadshot going to use this ROI? How are they going to hide themselves away?
The rest of Secret need to find something to dislodge these players. Now, you've got that player prone, you've got Mengo, ready to throw that C4 up on overhead. They do have the pings, they do have the information. They force him on out with the red ping, but the Shamikas are going to just continue to do their work here. Deimos, he's going to be going for a late round flank all around the garage where it might be the only way to get this one down. Mengo's going to drop to the floor. Sure, the Shamika can stick, but here come the ROGs. Like you said, Golu, they're just planting in a slightly off position from the default here. One where the Tachanka can't really taste them, predict them. The fuse has gone down, an effective 3v5 situation now. Plus, you've got Linku on the backstab, who's now had time to activate. It's going to be a very difficult recovery here for Order of the Shield. They barrel up the main stairs, trying to get something going in forms of a retake. A trade will go back and forth, but still Secret Academy to be favoured for it. And now Linku springs into action here, finds one, runs out of ammo for the second, but it's okay. You've got Marto right there. And with it, the attack of Secret Academy will get themselves up onto a map point.
Really strong performance from them to break open at the end. And you can see the replay, right? It's all of this coming in from all angles. They drop the smokes, they hide the vision, they start putting in pressure onto that Tachanka so that he has to keep gun up and not Shamika up. And that's the big difference for it. They have coming for a retake, they're ready for it. They know that they need to play above if they can't deny that plant, and they just jump into action at the end. Really, really well done by Team Secret Academy to figure out what went wrong just mere rounds ago and immediately correct it. You don't let that Tachanka have the same staying power. You say that though, like, we got 11 of those Shamikas shot out, and it did buy out a lot of that time. So a real big threat. And they just figure, you know what? Screw it. Let's just run it back to the basement. It came down to that late round push. We didn't pocket the Tachanka enough to let him obscure. We didn't buy enough time early in the round, perhaps. So I'd be looking to see. Shift. Jumping off of the smoke. They're letting Rawa take that up. They figured the Thorn not doing enough in the early stage of this round. And instead, this is really clean. They're going to put the Denari lasers on blue stairs. They're going to have someone play it. Probably Raul with the smoke still, I'd imagine, with a bit of barbed wire to protect him. And when you walk down the stairs with a shield, if you hit that laser, because you can't see it as you walk down, you'll get shield break and they can gun you down. I think that's the game plan.
I like it. I like it a lot. That's it. If it works, that's a clip. That's a clip. That's a round turning moment here, and it's a little bit of chaos. It's a little recipe of disaster here, which is what's going to be needed for Order of the Shield to get this one done here across the line. Because we got back down to that basement again. We're trying a very similar thing in terms of operator lineup, and like you say, Golu, the only major difference is going to be that Denari. He needs to be the one to kind of crack this round wide open for them, and hopefully be the solution for this defense. And as well, I think slow things down. Secret Academy have been quite quick, so let's see how they can slow this push on down. Order Deimos just drops into his demise. Mengu will find the first.
Back to site. That's one threat down. One bit closer to this OT. Oh, frozen out the Zoto. Or the fuse cluster charge. Still able to go through a little bit. Pops it open. A second one thrown out. Don't want to invest Another charge. Shoots them early on, though. So you can shoot them through the wall. They only shoot out one puck. Minimal utility lost, and you still get to be aggressive here inside a server because the pucks aren't going to land where you're standing. Really good job by Mengu to maintain this aggressive stance and try and hunt for that next pick. 1:30 left on the round now, Travi. They still need to play for these hatches, and there's 2 Zotos to bout yet another 24 seconds.
And once you get through those Zoto canisters, you've got Shamikas, you've got 2 Toxic Babes as well. There's so much utility for Secret Academy to kind of just slowly claw their way through. And here it comes. They're pushing up towards blue. They're trying to see how they can dislodge Rauer here. First Toxic Babe's going to be thrown. It will slow them out second-wise, and then the second one getting ready, primed for it. But like you said, I'm not sure they've spotted out those trip connector on the staircase. Here comes Marto, going to try and send it on down. Will he be spotted out? And yes, he will fall to it.
Oh, incredible.
Beautiful setup. Love to see it. And it gives Order of the Shield the one they need. Sure, they'll trade it back on the side of Secret, but it's still a 3 versus 5. You're still pushing in through server. You don't have that shield. You don't have that focal point to drag the attention anymore. You got to plant default, and there's still a Tachanka on the board. And here come the Shamikas. Here comes the fire. Deadshot shuts down Kuba, but 2 quick kills from a beautiful C4 by Mengu. Leaves it all up to Fenno, charging on through, gives his position away from the trip connector. Dynamite closes it. Order of the Shield. Well, they've put their order in. We're going to an overtime.
It's overtime to split the difference between these 2 teams. I can't think of anything more fitting. The big thing here is who gets this defense, and it's going to be Order of the Shield, I do believe, picking up that defense OT. So they'll get to start things off, and it'll probably be a return to that basement. They've just shown they've figured out twice now exactly how they need to win it. They're 2-for-1 wins, losses on this hold, and you can immediately see that basement locked in. For the tide of Team Secret Academy, they need to break it open. You really want to be able to push this first round and get defensive win. You're only going to get 1 defensive round here in OT. There's no infinite. There's nothing extended.
Nope.
Maximum 3 more rounds to split the difference between these 2 teams. One goes a step further, claims more points, both desperately wanting to do so, right? Team Secret Academy, you got to remember, they've come in with a point reset for this weekend. Every point matters. Oh, so much. Order of the Shield. We've got what, 25?
25, yes.
After
They're
the
on the
first
threshold.
weekend. So, again, in do or die territory, this is the top 16.
Yep.
Which is 15 points.
15 points, you win this one, you get guaranteed 25.
So, they could double their money here. Team Secret Academy could catch up completely.
And who do they play next? Look ahead in the bracket as well. Just curious to see what faces them possibly after this one ends. It will be UAIM or Al Ula will be going up against. And we know UAIM, they're a pretty formidable team in and of themselves. That's the quarterfinal game. That will be following this one most likely, but that's the follow. We've still got a match to settle here. In this overtime, this one you just really can't call it. None of these teams deserve, I think, to go home now, but one of them's going to have to.
Entry into the top floor. Again, it's Linku leading the charge on the Deimos. He's done so good when he gets his opening pick, when he gets the ball rolling. Aggression standing on the top of blue. Again, they have this set up for it. They're not running the Denari again, though. I do wonder if that's going to come back to bite them, because that was such an impactful tool to have. But instead, it's Shift with the Kaid to try and lock down these hatches. Martu runs on in, clears out Mengu. That's shields Tuberam going down. Someone who's been doing such a great job at stalling out these hatches. Instead, dies immediately afterwards.
Very important piece of the puzzle lost there for Order of the Shielders. They're going to have to try and recoup and recover. Marto on the bottom of main stairs. He's just ready to send it. He's just waiting for the rest of the team to get themselves in towards that position there. Fenno unable to make the hard breach charge connect. Will lose out on that one in that regard. And it might just have to be, at this point, if the Maverick can't get his job done, you're just going to have to send it down these main stairs. You're just going to have to go and see what happens. He should have enough, I think, left in the torch to be able to get it open and get the job done here, but it's just that time trickling away here. So even without the two Burrell, they're still slowing down Secret. The 3 Toxic Babes, keep it in mind, Golu. There's a lot here to play with.
Oh, Nitrocell banked over. Does it land on the Maverick? Not enough. Not enough. Close but no cigar. Now the stack up over to server. As they're sending in a scan, they clock that this is probably clear for them to walk up and try and open this breach. But they have, well, no hard breach left is the real issue. They have a little bit of that canister for Maverick. It should be enough to open up if they want to, but he's currently using it to open up the server hatch as well. Resources definitely limited. Asa pushing this blowtorch to its limits as the smoke comes through in tandem with the ROU to try and set down a plant.
That's it. They're going to try and want to get this one done now. Marto finds a little spot safe from the fire inside of the corner as Cooper just kind of fires the Shamika back in his face, forcing himself out of his own safety net. Secret Academy forced the plant on down without dropping a single man. Chanka has to try and get up close, get up aggressive. They're going to hear him coming. He's a big boy. They'll know it. They'll see him. He'll fall to the ground. Find the smoke as well. They're supporting the teammate. Deadshot on the long angle with the double. Dynamite left in a 1 versus 5 situation to deny the flawless round here. Trying to find the feet and a blitz. It's not going to happen. A flawless round for the attack. A Secret Academy barrel towards a map point.
A statement round for Team Secret Academy as they're looking to push themselves on to match point, on to the next stage, on to 25 points here, Travi. No Denari to stop this shield. Marto back on the blitz and in full force. The early pick onto Mengu, not ideal. And really, I think everything just started to slip away from there, right? They got the site hatches open. They stopped you playing aggressively inside. They used this blitz to sneak down a plant, and it's so unlucky from Kuba. He has the Shamika launcher lined up to go. It goes in deep, but misses literally a corner in the back of the site. That exact one spot he doesn't catch, and he thinks it's covered. So the plant keeps going down. There's no delay from the attack. There's no relenting in the supporting fire coming over top. The nades flying through. The smokes are trying to obscure the vision, and so he starts to panic a little bit. He's shooting the fire in all the other expected angles, and it was just there at the back. Slips through the fingers of Order of the Shield. They need to win this attack now. They need to flip it on its head. A very different lineup coming in from the attack. They have access to this mirror. They got banned away by Team Secret Academy. They didn't want to face against it. They get to bring it out here. They still have the Zotos coming through in the pocket of Deadshot on that 2-brown to try and slow down these hatches. They still might extend upstairs, and with Fino leading into the Valkyrie, I wonder if we're going to see an attempt to try and catch out the early attempts of this attack by just being in awkward spots.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Play the rap. Play something to just throw them off here. Order of the Shield, just confuse them, confuggle them. It's been a while since they've attacked. It's like 7 rounds ago they actually went for an attacking round. So they've had a bit of a break. It's resetting tempo, resetting pace. Start off with the top floor clear here, as you'd expect to see from the Mengo, just quickly sweeping through with the Deimos. There's not going to be a whole lot for them to find. The real brunt of this defense, well, it's waiting for them on floor number 1. Don't like that stalemate.
Backing off.
Scary.
Waiting to see who makes that move, who pushes down, who pushes up, but no. No aggression coming out just yet. I think both players recognizing it's pretty extreme situation, and you don't want to be the first one to go down. Drone shot out inside a lift. You know there's going to be a player in there, but it's nice to get that confirmation. I believe it's Deadshot on the 2-brown. I could be wrong.
Yep, Deadshot on Toby. Indeed, opening up the breach
Oh, it's
now.
Linku on the Goyo dropping away. Vault open. 1 minute 44. Still plenty of time for this attack. And again, having cleared out this middle floor, having put all the defenders back down to the bottom, but it's a trade that comes through. The smoke goes down. That's valuable. That's the server says. Yeah. Control acquired as well. They can start to push down into server and line themselves up for that default plant. You still have the Zoto, the 2-brown, sorry, playing aggressively under the server hatch.
If you're Order of the Shield, you're taking that. You're so taking that trade. C4 goes back on upstairs, run away through. But like you said, Golu, they've just retaken blue. No one was really kind of applying pressure towards it. So Deadshot's just going to take that position right back for them. And it could be a rude, nasty surprise awaiting here for the side of Order of the Shield as they realise what was once theirs. Well, you turn a blind eye to it for a few seconds. Secret Academy, yoink, it's theirs. They're taking it back now. Just another thing they're going to have to chew through in this final 55.
And they're chewing through the time again with these canisters freezing up the hard breach charge on the server hatch. Drops back now. Again, starts to be careful of this hatch inside a site, but just makes the bold guess that it's going to be safe and runs away to safety. Really like to see that, using that Nitro Cell to buy a little bit of time. Dynamite does find the kill onto Deadshot eventually, though. Again, looking through these hatches. It's 36 seconds, and the execute's coming through. These mirror windows looking down for the plant, but there's basically nothing to deny it with.
If that's it, if that plant starts sticking, if that plant starts going, there's going to be very little you could do to dislodge it. Luckily, Marto upstairs, throwing chaos into the ranks there. Cuts down 2 of Order of the Shield, leaving just Kuba alone to cover the plant. He won't be able to do so. While Shift will be able to stick it. He's in a 1 versus 3. Unable to really do a lot there with just the pistol. Team Secret Academy will close it out. They will get the game. Quick pause on the defuse to GG in chat. Love to see it. And now they will finish off the game there. 8-6 will be the victory of the day. And what a great game of Siege that was.
Incredible ending to a very close game. Back and forth the whole way through. But at the end of the day, it's the team that steps up in overtime. Team Secret Academy, so strong at the end when it mattered
So
most.
good.
I mean, that is a tremendous game. That is the best game we've seen.
Yeah. And look at the
So
team
far.
on Secret Academy as well. Everyone's even on kills, basically. They're all so, like, neck and neck in terms of performance. That was a team game, a team performance. 9, 10, 10, 11. They're all just ending so close to one another in the way they're playing. Really, really good stuff there. I love it. Absolutely adore what we've been treated to there from Secret Academy. And I think they're the rightful winners of that game. A beautiful game, as we said, they've played, and they will be able to start to rebuild their points that they'd lost going into today.
There was just a tremendous play at the end here. Like, the call to be like, okay, we're in a 3 versus 4. We're down. They're going for the plant. We need to commit to retake. They know they've got no nitro cells left, nothing to actually deny with. It's all this aggro above, and with the above pressure just diverted away, Linku just gets so aggressive on that Goyo and just runs through the site. Really, really nice to see. And Team Secret Academy doing a phenomenal job. That was a really good game. Really, really strong game.
I like this Secret Academy. I like this iteration of them. They're significantly more refreshed than what we saw from them previously. I think the last couple of weekends they were looking a little bit out of puff, a little bit out of steam. But this Deadshot change, they've really brought some life into the game today. And I've really enjoyed all of the games we've got to watch with them. And I just hope they're able to scrape by enough points the rest of today and tomorrow as well to get themselves over the line to Swiss, because this is a team I want to see in the best of 3s.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. And that, I mean, what, they're 25 minimum? So
Yeah, from today.
you're looking at another good performance. If they get another win, that'll be, what, up to 50 after this, right? It jumps straight up.
50, yep. 50, 75, 100. 2 more really good games, and you're basically most of the way there, as long as you don't totally cry tomorrow. Order of the Shield, like we said, they've had a decent result. They got 25 before today, 15 from today, 40 points total. It's decent running for them. They keep it up tomorrow. There's a fair chance they will be able to make the playoffs in the Swiss stage. Just need to keep waiting to go to see how that one's going to end. But overall, it's a really nice match, that one, and I'm glad we got to watch it.
Yeah, really good. I do hope that both these teams have good days tomorrow. I mean, Team Secret, I hope they keep pushing results today. And we'll just have to see what happens with tomorrow.
Well, indeed. But before tomorrow comes, there are, of course, other games this evening. Unfortunately, work, real-life duty does call, so we'll be cutting this stream here. But before I do let you folks at home go, please do go and check out the Salinger stories. We've got one more episode dropping tonight with Ranker, one of the players who is floating about somewhere in these qualifiers. That one will be live over on the YouTube in an hour and a half's time. So if you want to go and hear a bit more about behind the scenes, a bit more about kind of how these teams have come about, how these players, some of their stories look like, do go give that one a watch. It's going to be a really, really fun one. As for me and Golu, though, that is going to be all, and we will be back same time, same place tomorrow for the final day of the Open Qualifiers here in EML. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we will see you all with the next one.